Cunningham, Jordan Tharp, and Maxton Holdren. The Hawkeyes are coached by Taylor Lepla. Next up is the Lions. Lions players include Camden Starr, Oliver Perkins, Darrell Christian III, Ryder Goff, Slade Hardesty, Carter Starr, Liam Wilson, Brantley Early, Sophia Burris, Galen Frazee, Tegan Klum, and Abel Burt. The Lions are coached by Tyler Hardesty. Next up we have the Spartans. Spartans players include Alayden Smith, Xavier Cutlip, Colton Sechrist, Kaysen Dingus, Jamal Simpson, Carter George, Easton Piat, Easton Jones, Jackson Lanning, Finn Tolbert, Jackson Keith, Monte Michael, Dalen Glidden. The Wildcats players include Otto Jeffries, Nolan Wagstaff, Jamison Cooper, Jackson Cooper, Colton Stevens, Griffin Stoner, Remington Kennedy, Nathan Leak, Jack Archibald, Coy Kenworthy, Carson Miller, Weston Waymer, and Brett Robinson. The Wildcats are coached by Mike Stoner. All right, our junior varsity players, 3rd and 4th graders, include Joshua DeLong, Mason Wagoneer, Colton House, Caleb Priest, Finley McCartney, Carson Hess, Colt Garvin, Garrison Cooper, Grayson Weatherall, Bronson Kogel, Miles Wright, Corbin Price, Julian Hall, Robert Davis, Reese Doyle, John Berry, Huck Hockenberry, Curtis Hill, Dawson Rapole, Nico Detra, Jamison Carley, Briley Wheeler, Connor Stevens, Trace Landum, Eli Winland, Chad Crawford, Wesley Angler, Cale Huff, Johnny Lyons, Maddox Murphy, Daniel King, Braden Hatcher, Caden Jones, Bryson Dill, Aiden Keith, Chandler Wagner, and Wyatt Fulick. The 3rd and 4th graders are coached by Darius Jones, Ryan Murphy, Seth Kogel, Evan McCartney, and Tyler Long. Now, before we do the varsity football players, I forgot to do the cheerleaders, so we're going to do the 5th and 6th grade cheerleaders. They include Cammie Lester, Zoe Connor, Chloe Milton, Lara Larrick, Abrella Wells, Allie Voorhees, Gillian Finucam, Emerson Lanning, Kennedy Latham, Braxton Walton, Rosella Carella, Isabella McMillan, Charlie Patrick, Maxine Shriver, Addie Rand, Cadence Long, Madeline Michael. And the 5th and 6th grade Bobcat Biddy football team players include Brian Pittman Jr., Luke Feldner, Logan Archibald, Kansas Lashley, Blaine Kirkman, Milo Ingstrom, J.C. Hall, Kingston Walker, Weston Gambita, Trenton Sestina, Gunnar Marlatt, Eli Perkins, Jack Robinson, Brianne Oram, Truxton Smith, Brandon Ford, Jeffrey Fry, Bentley Johnson, Carmen Lewis, Marshall Patterson, Dominic Rogers, Austin Stidham, Bentley Bonnell, Ryder Lashley, Hunter Gordon, Bentley Mobilini, Rhett Carley, Bentley Gravely, and Corin Jones, and Cash Love. The 5th and 6th grade coaches are Sean Mobilini, Thomas Hall, Ross Carley, Jack Robertson, and Walker. Our 7th grade football team players include Jamin Crawford, Philip Clark, Hunter Haynes, Holdren, Cameron Hopkins, Bentley Hood, Trey Leak, John Long, Nick Mahaley, Parker Neff, Daniel Olson, Cash Reeser, Maurice Brinks, Grant Stoner, Cade Tolbert, Bryson Williams, and Maurice Williams. They are coached by Mike Stoner and Connor Mobilini. Our 8th grade football team players are Ian Arch, Blaze Barlow, Asher Bell, Payne Burke, Andrew Burlingame, Asher Byerly, Mason Brody Fourchet, Madden Fritter, Carter Gebhardt, Bryce Hickman, Colton Hood, CJ Harinko, Austin Kidwell, Austin Christ, Brody Latham, AJ Lawrence, Jeffrey McAfee, Braden Morris, Kai Morgan, Tate Sakura, Mason Tedrick, and Tice Tolbert. The 8th grade team is coached by Ben Lawrence and Hunter Williams. Let's have a big round of applause for all our youth sports participants. One more round of applause for all these youth players and cheerleaders. Thank you guys for being here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to McFarland Stadium and tonight's football game between the visiting Indian Creek Redskins and your Cambridge Bobcats. Cambridge City Schools, in association with the Ohio High School Athletic Association, promotes interscholastic events and sportsmanship. Sportsmanship is an essential part of any athletic competition and is expected from athletes, coaches, officials, and fans. As a fan or spectator, student or adult of Cambridge City Schools, we want you to be an example of positive encouragement while supporting our athletes, coaches, and officials. Our behavior should be positive, respectful, and encouraging of the athletes, coaches, officials, and the game. At this time, we'd like to remind you that McFarland Stadium is a smoke-free and vape-free facility. Smoking and vaping are not allowed inside the stadium gates. Please notice, in addition to the exits on the home side of the stadium, there are emergency exits behind the visiting bleachers. These exits, clearly marked with an emergency exit signs, are available to use in case of an emergency. We also invite you to visit our concession stand under the home grandstand. The concession stand features tasty snacks and refreshing beverages. Profits from the concession stand and support the Cambridge High School Marching Band. At this time, we'd also like to acknowledge and thank our community partners: Amy Lake Farm Insurance, Park National Bank, Scott Ogle Realty, Swimaway Pools and Spas, King Carpet, Theo's Restaurant, Ohio Health, Zide Sports Shop, Raleigh's Old Fashioned Pizza, Muskingum Electric Cooperative, Cambridge Physical Therapy Center, McDonald's, Cambridge YMCA, Jeff and Myra Schuer, and the Cambridge Wellness Co-op. Let's have a round of applause for our community partners. A well-known local judge and a Hollywood actor and singer make up the Cambridge City Schools Distinguished Alumni Hall of Fame Class of 2023. We will recognize those recipients at the beginning of our halftime break tonight. The recognition will be followed by performances by the Indian Creek Band and your Cambridge High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, would you please turn your attention to the north sideline at midfield, where the members of the Guernsey County Veterans Council Honor Guard will parade the colors. As the colors pass by, would you please stand and remove your hats in honor to this symbol of our nation and those who have proudly served. At this time, I want to direct your attention to the scoreboard end zone where the Cambridge High School Marching Band and our cheerleaders and dance team are ready to showcase their pregame performance.
AVC Sports presents high school football. Tonight's game is brought to you by patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance, Doan Ford, WB Green Insurance, West 40 Auto Sales, Valentine Insurance, Cambridge Overhead Door, Troy Blair Dunning Motor Sales, Wayne Garage Door, Laborers Local 530, People's Bank, and Myra Shire for Municipal Court Judge.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome once again to high school football tonight on WILE AVC Sports, also on YRPtv, streaming tonight's game between the Cambridge Bobcats and the Indian Creek Redskins. Bill Kafury, John Valentine for the home opener. The Bobcats hosting the Redskins this year. 28-0 win for the Cats last year on the road. Certainly a lot of things went well for the Cats last year. JV 8-4 made it deep into the playoffs. For the Redskins, not so well last year, but they returned a lot of good athletes this year. The Cats, on the other hand, graduated a lot of those guys.
Yeah, graduated 17 seniors, if you can believe that. A heck of a senior class, just from an athletic standpoint, not necessarily just football, just a really good athletic class and good kids too. So the 8-4 made it to the second round of the playoffs, lost a heartbreaker in double OT. Game they certainly should have won, but that was last year. Time to move on. A lot of new faces for the Cats on the field tonight for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that, as the Cats get a chance to open at home this year against Indian Creek, a team that they've had some success with a little bit lately. Last year, as we said, 28-0. But last year's team, an anomaly for the Bobcats. I mean, they played well on both sides of the ball. As you said, a deep playoff run. But this year, a lot of new faces in new places for the Cats, and that's going to be something they're going to have to adapt to early.
Yeah, basically they have to replace their entire offense. They have to replace just about their entire defense, other than a couple guys coming back that really helped on the defensive side. Basically, their entire offense is gone. So, the Cats are going to have their hands full for sure with trying to learn. You got a lot of new faces, still young as a team. Again, you graduated 17 seniors. You're going to be pretty young, but it's going to be a tough sledding probably early till they get their feet wet for the Cats.
Pregame going to continue on our Cambridge Overhead Door pregame show. We'll be back with more right after these messages.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
I was sitting in my car and it wouldn't start. I lifted the hood and the engine was falling apart. What would I do? my eyes filled with tears. And on the radio, I heard of West 40 by Pay here, where for a little money down and a little each week, I could have a car, nice, shiny, and sleek. So I walked in the door and I put the money down. Now I got a nice car that I can drive around. West 40 by Pay here will help rebuild your credit. The corner of Dewey and Route 40 in Cambridge, don't you forget it.
West 40 Auto Sales, corner of Route 40 and Dewey Avenue in Cambridge, is home of the guaranteed credit approval, with most loans approved while you wait. Go to their website to fill out an online loan application, west40autosales.com. You'll also find their weekly special listed there.
Hey football fans, Laborers, Local 530 in Zanesville, Ohio is cheering on all the local high school teams this year. Serving Muskingum, Perry, Noble, and Guernsey counties, Local 530 represents around 400 skilled men and women in the building and construction trades. They work with over 100 signatory contractors, providing committed and experienced laborers for building, heavy highway, and pipeline construction. For more information, give them a call at 740-453-1214. Good luck to all the teams from Laborers Local 530.
How can you select from insurance companies offering you lizards or ducks? When it comes to protection for your home and auto, you want a company that provides quality insurance products and personalized, fair, friendly claims service. WB Green Insurance represents Westfield Insurance. Their reputation is based on sharing knowledge and building trust. Westfield has been around the neighborhood over 150 years. WB Green Insurance welcomes the opportunity to quote your home, car, and business insurance. Don't be fooled by lizards and ducks. Call 439-1329.
Welcome back to McFarland Stadium, site of tonight's lid lifter. The Bobcats hosting the Indian Creek Redskins. Bill Kafury, John Valentine. I want to thank all of our sponsors making this game possible tonight on WILE, the radio side. If you are streaming the video on YRPtv or our AVC Facebook page, welcome to a new season, 2023. I want to thank our sponsors for tonight's contest, Meyer Shearer for Municipal Judge, Cambridge Overhead Door, Wayne Garage Door, Troy Blair with Dunning Motor Sales, Laborers Local 530, People's Bank, Valentine Insurance, West 40 Auto Sales, Jones Ford, WB Green Insurance, and Patron Buckeye Mutual Insurance. Right now, JV, a beautiful night for football, but everybody keeps looking over their shoulder, checking their app. Weather is imminent tonight, and how's that going to impact play for these teams?
Yeah, right now, so far so good, right? And it's going to definitely impact them. Not so much for Indian Creek because their bread and butter is going to be getting it to number 24, Zion McGee, a 1,200-yard rusher from last year who, in a one-win season had 1,200 yards. He had a heck of a year last year. So that's not really going to hurt their offense as much. They do want to try to throw in a pass, a token pass every now and then to kind of keep you off McGee, so you don't have to key on him so much. But it's certainly going to affect Cambridge more because they are going to rely more on that pass. We've seen since Coach Leak has been here, has brought a true spread offense here where you can have those short, quick passes, and certainly that's going to be their game plan tonight. That's where their strength is. Not real strong up front, not real big up front, and an inexperienced quarterback, so common sense tells you got to hit those short, quick routes, and that's really their strength. They've got 4 or 5 really quick guys they can get the ball to, and if they get in space, they can take it to the house. So the weather certainly going to be an issue here shortly, and I think it's going to affect the Cats a little bit more.
Yeah, we've checked our app a couple of times, and the forecast looks like there's going to be rain sometime in the first half. Could be as early as 7:30, 8 o'clock. And as you said, Indian Creek has the size, and certainly that's the mentality of Coach Condor. He wants to come out, be physical, pound the ball. And when you look at the size of their line up front, they certainly can get that done. Only a couple of seniors on the offense, and one of them is Zach Byard, the quarterback, and we saw him a year ago. Ran the ball very well, ran the offense well. Didn't throw it well a year ago, didn't have to with some of the running backs they had. You mentioned Zion McGee, a 190-pound junior. But up front, Nishan White, 6'7", 385, sophomore at the left tackle. Samaj White, brother of Nishan, 6'3", 360, both sophomores. Lorenzo Alogia at center, 215. Brendan Monroe, 200. Luke McMillan on the right side at 220. And but you already know, just kind of looking at that a little bit, probably where this offense is going to focus running the ball.
Yeah, I mean, common sense tells you that's what's going to happen, regardless if McGee's in the backfield or not. That's Coach Connor's MO. That's what he has been successful with for his 21 years of coaching at Indian Creek. This is year 21, I'm sorry, so 20 years of it. Been real successful with it. He teaches a very aggressive style, hit you in the mouth and continue to pound on you. And with guys like that up front, you could certainly see why he would want to continue to do that. You know, they don't have, they've never really had a true passer, and it's not really part of their game plan anyway. However, a couple years ago when Norris was there, he could move the ball around, and that gave him a couple extra wrinkles, and that's why they were so successful early. But the last couple years, they've struggled at the quarterback position. They feel pretty good about Byard. He's pretty athletic. He's going to be able to run the ball. He throws the ball okay. You know, it's just a matter of getting enough guys out in routes, and that's going to be a little bit of an issue tonight too, because hurt yesterday in practice is senior Caleb Bodo, their best offensive weapon outside of McGee, and he's also their best defender from the defensive end standpoint. So that's really going to hurt them in the passing game, not having him as an option. And they put him in the backfield too as a fullback or something like that to lead block for McGee. So that's going to be a little bit of a struggle tonight, and especially because they didn't have a lot of time to game plan for that. He got hurt yesterday in preview.
That just means more McGee, probably. Right?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. You're going to see
a big
big...
He was going to carry it 20, 25 times anyway.
I think that's going to be probably pretty conservative. He's going to get the ball early and often.
Bodo at 215 and a junior as well as McGee. So you got a 1-2 there a little bit. But there are some athletes on the outside. Mason Lester, 160-pound junior. Kyle Schultz, Ian Starkey, Timmy Christian. You'll see Paul Mazer out there, Gavin Pownall. All those guys in the wide receiver sets, but it is going to primarily be McGee. Now for the Bobcats defensively, not nearly the size to match up with Indian Creek, but across the front four for the Cats, Frankie Yakupchak, 210-pound senior, Tristan Cramblett at 305. He'll anchor the middle. Vincent Lopez, 190-pound senior, and Riley Homko, a 190-pound senior. So a lot less size for the Bobcats. They're going to have to rely on their quickness. And certainly in the second line of defenders, Clayton Myers, Cody Quillen, Eli Edwards at the linebacker spot, Isaiah Mayle at the corner, Reed Johnson, great speed there, Keaton Kaiser, Riley Wilson, Cats deep back. Lots of speed for the Bobcats in the defensive secondary, but the name of the game tonight is how physical can you be, and can you come up and make tackles and limit those gains to a few yards at a time.
Correct, and a lot of speed, like you mentioned. However, a lot of inexperience too. You're talking about just one returning starter on the defensive end, and that's Johnson, or the defensive side, I'm sorry. A lot of new faces on the defensive end. Cats are going to struggle a little bit early, giving up some points. You know, and that really, they only gave up 18.5 points a game last year as a defense. But again, all those guys are gone. They're going to have to score a lot of points to be able to make sure that they can compete in some games, because that defense is going to struggle early.
Well, the Cats lost some record holders from last year, certainly, you know, and not only at the wideout spot, but a 3-year starter at quarterback, and you can't replace those kinds of guys either. I mean, Cambridge is, you know, when you just plug guys in year after year, and you try to look at that coming into this year, it's going to be tough to fill those shoes.
Yeah, and more importantly, it's across the entire offense. It's the whole landscape. I mean, look, man, they lost a lot of really good players, and one is the 3-year starter. He owns just about every passing record in Cambridge history, and
made up a few,
and created a few on the fly as well. So that's a huge look. It was just a couple years ago that we were having this same conversation about him being a sophomore. So Garrett Carpenter's got his work cut out for him. You know, Garrett really hasn't played a lot of football. He had a pretty decent JV season last year. His strengths are, he doesn't have the arm strength yet, and neither did Caden when he was a sophomore either. He couldn't get the ball down the field as far as you needed to, but that's not really the offensive game plan anyway. It's nice to spread it out, but you got to be able to hit those short, quick passes anyway. So that strength will come as long as Garrett stays healthy and continues to work. But his biggest benefit is he's a smart guy. I mean, he was a starter all year long in basketball as a freshman, all year long in baseball as a freshman. He understands competition. And nobody's going to work harder than Garrett to be able to learn this offense and to try to be able to improve week by week.
Hey, you got to get out there and get on the field to learn a little bit. And we want to, again, thank Cambridge Overhead Door for our pregame festivities here. Just a couple of minutes before kickoff. We're going to step out one more time. We'll come back with tonight's opening kickoff. Get this season started right after these messages.
I'm not buying till I check Don't Vote.
Most of us are faced with uncertainty every day. Your job, your finances, sporting events, schooling for your children, and so much more. With so much uncertainty surrounding you, there's one auto dealership that you can be certain about, and that's Doan Ford. You can be certain that you'll always get a great deal and the best service afterwards. In business for nearly 60 years has given Doan Ford the reputation of being a strong, reliable dealership. Be certain. Choose Doan Ford. Online at DoanFord.com.
Hi, this is Gabby from People's Bank. I'm here to tell you about People's Bank's new CD special. It is so good, you need to stop by any People's Bank location today and ask your banker to tell you more. Or visit pebo.com. This special will not last long. You must open your account by September 7th. People's Bank. Working together, building success. Member FDIC.
Wayne Door is Ohio's most complete one-stop shop for residential and commercial garage doors, entry doors, windows, and much more. In fact, the list keeps on growing. Garage doors, entry doors, storm doors, access entry systems, vinyl replacement windows, and stone are just some of the things Wayne Door has to offer. Stop by their Cambridge showroom to see their full lineup of premier products in person and work with their team of experts. Wayne Door also offers 24/7 emergency garage door service, and their service department is second to none. Wayne Door, more than just garage doors. Check them out at waynedoor.com.
97.7 on your FM dial. We're WILE FM, Byesville, Cambridge.
Welcome back to McFarland Stadium. Kickoff just minutes away tonight as the Bobcats host the Indian Creek Redskins. Redskins won the toss and they want the ball first tonight, so the Bobcats will be kicking off. All of our kickoffs tonight sponsored by Valentine Insurance on Southgate Parkway in Cambridge. One of our sponsors for tonight's streaming broadcast. Cats in their home blues, I should say, in the freshly striped blue helmets. Redskins on the road, red pants, red helmets, and a little gold trim as well. Not much wind right now. It was a little windier earlier, but watching the flag, it hangs pretty low, but we are expecting some rain here probably within the next hour.
The calm before the storm.
Yeah, the calm before the storm, as you said. Keys tonight, what do you think here for the Bobcats to come out of this thing, try to get a win on the board to start the season?
Yeah, they're going to, if they can, to be able to control the line of scrimmage would be huge for Cambridge tonight, because you know that Creek's going to try to pound the ball, and that's on the defensive end. Year by year, usually there's not a team that's more aggressive on defense than Indian Creek. Every year we play them, they are really aggressive. So if you can control the line of scrimmage, that's huge. Limit your turnovers, but you got to put the ball in the end zone, because Cambridge is going to give up some points. Though Indian Creek likes to run the ball, they might take some time off the clock. It might not be big, quick hitters. So if you can put the ball in the end zone when you have it, I think that's going to put yourself in a better position to be able to compete in the game.
Yeah, I think that the Cats tonight have to take advantage of every opportunity they have, and try to crowd the line of scrimmage, make Indian Creek do what they don't do well, right?
Well, again, Coach Connor's been talking all week about how he's comfortable with Zach Byard throwing the ball. They're okay with trying to get the pressure off of McGee. They don't want 8, 9, 10 guys in the box to be able to key on him, and the way you do that is to be able to advance the ball through the air. If you can spread them out and move the ball down the field via the pass, it takes all the pressure in the world off of that running game, and then it's going to open up lanes. I mean, that's just common sense. That's why you spread the ball around. So he's going to try to do that. They're going to do some play action. They're going to do some rollouts, some boots and things like that, and try to hit a backside tight end. Watching some of their game film, they like to hit that guy about 20, 25 yards down the field. Don't have a lot of short, quick passes other than to the running back out of the backfield. I think if Cambridge can key on that and not let somebody get behind them and keep McGee in front of him, they got a shot to slow him down a little bit.
Just about ready to get underway here. Back deep is Jordan Hines for the Redskins. Bobcats come out for this Valentine Insurance kickoff. A lot of new jerseys, new faces. And it looks like for the Cats, Dawson Geese is going to do the duties on kickoff.
You are correct. That is big Dawson Geese. Had a really good freshman campaign this year in baseball, or last year, I should say, for the Cats.
Hines back deep. See if the Cats elect to go deep. And the 2023 season is underway, and that's going to be kicked away and into the end zone. Big leg by Geese, and that'll bring the Redskins out to the 20-yard line to get things underway.
No, that's the way you want to start, that's for sure. Big leg by a big guy. He's a pretty athletic guy for being a sophomore. Last year, again, as a freshman, he was a freshman in a senior's body as a freshman, so, he's going to contribute. A good soccer player, so he's going to be kicking for the Cats this year.
Bobcats will start defensively at the 20, and Byard will bring the offense out, and he'll go out of the shotgun. Behind him, McGee, wide outs left and right, and McGee straight ahead, big hole right up the middle and into the secondary. Give him about 12 on that first down carry. He didn't have to make a cut, not a cut left or right. Of course, it's right over that left side, both the White brothers.
They take up a lot of room on that side.
12-yard gain, and he'll get right back to the line and do it again. McGee offset to the left side. Byard will fake and take it himself out across the 35. Breaks a tackle to the sideline and up across the 40 and near midfield. Zach Byard taking advantage of the defense, jumping on McGee. He'll keep it himself into Bobcat territory. 2 plays, 2 first downs for the Redskins.
As I said, they're not afraid to let quarterback Zach Byard run the ball. You can see he's pretty athletic. He can get down the field. He can see the field. You see, make a couple cuts there too. And when the defense is keying on McGee, you say, man, that was wide open to the opposite side.
4 receivers to the near side. That's the left. Now they'll shift to the right. 1 there, and again out of the pistol. McGee straight ahead, cuts back to the right, and the Cats will get him after a short gain. Got a couple that time.
There is some laundry on the field, though.
See which way this one goes. Looks like it may be going against the Redskins.
You would assume it was a hold from where the flag was thrown. Yep.
That'll be the call. Cats will accept that one after a gain of a couple. Moving back, and of course the first couple plays here, you don't expect Indian Creek to do anything different. Yeah, we lost a few yards there, but after that penalty, it'll be first and they'll call it about 17. Back to their own 42. McGee will offset left side from Byers. Byers will again fake it, work off to the left. This time the Cats sniff it out. Clayton Myers.
Yeah, good read by Myers. Stepped up, was expecting that play. He got burned on it in the first.
Stayed at home.
The second play of the game, but he stayed home, stepped up, and did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Early in the game, first game of the season, a lot of adrenaline, and that's going to happen anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you've been told McGee's going to carry the ball 25, 30 times. You're going to jump on him. He's in the pistol. 2 receivers to the right. They'll toss sweep it that way. McGee to the corner, 40, and then stood up. Cody Quillen got a helmet on him that time, and a gain of a few, but that's going to bring up now 3rd and long. Short of midfield with that penalty. And the Bobcats will shuffle a couple of defenders in, go into the nickel here. And we'll see if passing is something that Creek is going to do here. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. McGee out of the pistol in the back of Byard. 3rd and long, Byard back to pass, looks down the field, steps up, fires it out in the left flat. That's over the head of everyone. And incomplete, bringing up 4th down. and that just kind of floated on him a little bit. He had to throw one right on the money to hit his receiver out there, and I think that was Schultz.
Yeah, he had Schultz open for sure, but he kind of let it float on him. Looked like he kind of he let go of it a little bit earlier than he was supposed to. You let go of it high or early, it's going to sail high, and it looks like that's what happened.
Now Byard is the punter, and we've got a timeout on the field here. Officials discussing something here. I think there might be a flag on the far sideline, right?
I don't see
right
one.
there. Yeah, guy picked it up.
Well, Coach Connor's going to find out what happened. And nobody gets more excited on the sidelines than Coach Connor does.
Well, he's going to send in, it looks to be the punt team. 4th and 15, trying to pin the Bobcats back deep. Kaiser back there, I think, with Johnson. Or check that for the Cats. Schultz and Byard back in punt formation, standing at his own 32. High snap, steps off to his right. Shanks it kind of half off the side of his foot. That's going to bounce out of bounds near the 30-35. So Bobcat defense gets the job done here. Penalty helped him out a little bit, but Cambridge offense getting on the field for the first time tonight. 9:38, no score of the opening period, and Garrett Carpenter will get his first official snaps of the season. Up front, Silas Fisher, Alec Porter, Jacob Riggs, Frankie Kupchak, Caden Dillon, Keaton Kaiser on the wide out there, along with Reed Johnson, Eli Edwards, Devin Ogle, and Clayton Myers in the backfield, along with the quarterback, sophomore Garrett Carpenter. 4-man defensive front, 4-3 look as the Cats come to the line, check the sideline for the switch. 1-by-3 receiver set for the Bobcat.
And that's a lot of speed on that 3 on one side, and Devin Ogle one-on-one on the other side.
Back to pass, Carpenter flips it in the flat, and he's got his man quickly out there. Devin Ogle will haul it in, and they got enough for a first down. Got about 11 for the Cats. One play, and as you said, just quick passes, dumping it in the flat, get the defense on their heels. 2-by-2 receiver set, actually 3-by-2, and again Carpenter looked to the flat, fires it out there, and in and out of the hands of his intended receiver. That was Myers. It's one thing that you kind of overlook. The Cat did so well last year. They didn't drop many passes.
Yeah,
or put the ball on guys, and they caught it all the time.
Yeah, and that's a big 5-6 yard gain right there if he brings that in, and that really opens up the playbook a little bit.
Myers in the backfield with Carpenter, 2-by-2 here, and a penalty is one of the Bobcats did not get set. I don't know.
Yeah, he's calling false start.
Yeah, didn't look like they'd actually even come to the line and gotten set yet, but that will be the first penalty on the Cats, and instead of 2nd and 10, 2nd and 15.
And if you can remember, last year was a huge issue for penalties, really the last couple years. So Cats need to make sure that's one area they need to improve on.
Handoff, Myers off the left side, and nothing there this time. Something the Bobcats need to continue to develop is some kind of running game, and that one's going to net a couple of yards lost and an injured Cat on the play.
Yeah, I think it's Myers.
He got stood up right at the line of scrimmage, and he's going to get up and be attended to. He'll go back down there on the far sideline there. 9:06 left here in the opening period. No score Cats with their first possession. Now going to face 3rd and long. And Myers, a two-way starter for the Bobcats. If he can't continue, this would be a big blow for him.
Yeah, huge. Not only is he the starting running back, but, wasn't planning on getting the ball 20, 25 times anyway in the backfield, but he's in the middle of that defense. He handles the linebacking core for the Cats, so that's a big loss there as well.
So timeout on the floor, on the field as the injured player is tended to. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more high school football on WILE right after this.
Do you really think that an insurance company who promises quotes in a few minutes has your best interest in mind? Do they really know you and what coverages you need? Hi, this is John Valentine with Valentine Insurance. We take time to learn about you and your insurance needs so you can feel comfortable that you're receiving the right coverages at the best possible prices. Find us on Facebook, stop by our office, or give us a call at 994-1776. Valentine Insurance, a partner you can depend on.
Myra Shearer? Myra Shearer? Myra who?
Hi, I'm Myra Shire, and I'm running to be the next judge of the Cambridge Municipal Court. No matter how you pronounce my last name, most people know me as Myra, a dedicated public servant. Myra, the assistant law director. Myra, a community volunteer with my husband Jeff. If elected judge, I promise that I will serve Guernsey County with honesty and integrity. I respectfully ask for your vote on November 7th.
Vote Myra in November for Municipal Court Judge. Paid for by Myra Shire for Judge.
Welcome back to McFarland Stadium. Our Doane Ford scoreboard update, 0-0. The Cats face now 3rd and 17 from their own 45. Clayton Myers helped off to the sideline. Bobcats will spread the field 4 wide. Carpenter takes the snap, back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. He'll be flushed out now. Fire it, and that's picked as he threw it late and hauled in there, and the defensive secondary looked like Paul Mazer. Carpenter had some room to take off if he wanted it, and instead tried to float one in there, and really almost as good as a punt as it's down to the 32-yard line. Yeah, the Cats are going to be facing 4th down anyway.
That's a little bit of the inexperience coming through, right? He had a lane. He could have picked up maybe 8-10 yards. Take your medicine, punt the ball, no big deal. But as you said, it basically would have to be almost a punt anyway because he threw it so far down the field. Look, Indian Creek's got an experienced defensive backfield. They feel really good about that, and Paul Mazur's one of those guys. He's a key cog in that defensive backfield.
1st and 10 from the 32 for the Redskins. Byard in the backfield. McGee set behind him. 2 receivers slotted to the right side. He'll take the snap. McGee straight ahead into the middle of that defense, and a couple of Cats got a couple of arms on him to slow him down. Looked like Tristan Cramblett, maybe the first contact. Gain of about 3, maybe 4 for McGee. 2nd down, call it 6 from the right hash.
It's good that Cambridge is starting to recognize that a little bit and plugging up those holes. So, look, it's still a 4-yard gain. I think Coach Connor's going to take that all day long, but it's certainly better than the 18 or the 12-yard gain he had on the first play of the game.
McGee again off the left side, kind of fake outside, then cut back up the middle and right back into the teeth of the defense. Lost his helmet. He'll lose a play on that one. And Eli Edward on the stop for the Bobcats. So not much there that time. Got maybe a yard on the play, 3rd and 5. Now they'll mark him a couple more. 3rd and a long 3.
Yeah, it's looked like a pretty favorable spot there. Once his helmet came off, it should have been a dead play on the spot. Of course, we're in the press box. We can't hear the whistles.
McGee steps out for a play. And it looks like maybe Schultz steps in at the tailback spot. 3rd and 3. Now he'll shift up. Check that, Gavin Pownall. And Byard will just take the snap and go straight ahead. And he makes a lot of guys miss. 1st down into Bobcat territory, leaving blue jerseys all around behind him. Mail on the stop for the Bobcats, but Byard with a huge play. That's the shotgun form of the quarterback sneak.
Yeah, no, everybody should have known that was coming. I don't think it was real hard to figure out. Yeah, he's the only guy there, and they tried to spread you out so to get the linebackers away from him. Good play call there.
On the Bobcat 43, McGee off to the left side. Pounds his way inside the 40-yard line.
McGee on the carry. Tackle made by Vincent Lopez and Eli Edwards.
Lopez on the stop for the Bobcats, but again, about a 5-yard pickup for McGee.
Yeah, McGee, 6 carries already, 29 yards for the Redskins.
Damian Shaw checks in defensively for the Bobcats, trying to find an answer. They stopped the Redskins in the first attempt tonight to score. 7:01 still in the first period, no score, but the Redskins on the attack. Byard with the fake to McGee, then straight ahead. He'll pick up a yard, maybe 2. Bobcats starting to pick up on formations and plays now. And
first game of the year, see a lot of pushing and shoving out there.
Yeah,
Kids are excited to finally get back on the field.
Kupchak on the bottom of that pile. It'll be 3rd and 5.
And good recognition there, too, by Vincent Lopez to be able to sniff that out.
Probably 4 down territory. They'll give him a yard gain now. Late movement of the downs marker over there. 3 receivers split to the right. Now McGee will shift up to the left. 5 wide. Byard will take the snap, drop back, looking down the field. Fires it deep down the middle. That one caught at the 10-yard line. Ball underthrown a little bit, but Kyle Schultz there came back to it, and the defender behind him couldn't strip him in time, and that's going to be a big first down for the Redskins.
Yeah, really was running step for step with him, but just needed to step in front of the ball there as it was floating through the air.
Redskins come out 2 tights, wishbone look in the backfield. And a handoff straight ahead, Pownall off the right side, and this is just power football at its best. All the big guys up front, couple of tight ends, and 3 running backs. McGee set to the right side, Pownall to the left. Byard 2nd and 5 there. He'll hand it off McGee left side. He'll lower his shoulders, get to the 5, into the 4. Kupchak there on the stop for the Cats, along with a couple of other blue jerseys, and it's going to be 3rd down and goal from about the 5-yard line. Quickly back to the line again. And the Cats are going to take a timeout here. The Redskins dictating pace. And the Cats coach Leak on the field to call timeout. 3rd and goal from the 5. We'll take the break with them. Back with more high school football on YRPtv in 30 seconds.
Now located at 16050 McConnellsville Road in Caldwell, Ohio. Patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance Company is a mutual insurance company established in 1896 for the purpose of providing insurance coverage to rural Ohio. They offer a product to meet your insurance need, whether it is for a farm, rental dwelling, home in town, secondary or seasonal dwelling, churches, or mobile home. They partner with Grinnell Mutual Insurance Company to offer liability coverage to package with their patrons Buckeye Mutual policy. Call today at 638-3604 and follow them on Facebook at Patrons Buckeye.
Welcome back to McFarland Stadium. First quarter action, 5:11 left here. No score, but the Redskins from Indian Creek pounding on the door at the Bobcat 5-yard line. We're 3rd and goal, and probably here field goals out of the question. Watching both kickers for Creek before the game, they were struggling from this distance, so they got a couple of plays here. And the way they've been running this, JV, is get to the line, run a play, get right back to the line, let's go again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, no reason why you couldn't roll Byard out, though, here. Fake it and have him roll out to the side, right? Because you know you're going to give it to McGee, certainly on 4th down. Why not try that on 3rd down?
They got an offensive lineman in the backfield at fullback. Now McGee will move up into that fullback spot. Byard will go under center. 3rd and goal. Takes a snap. There is the keeper by Byard rolling to his right. He's going to keep it and take it in. Nobody out there to contain him, and he had a man in the end zone that he could have thrown it to, but elected to take it himself. And just like you called it, Byard, the defense really concentrating on trying to stop McGee.
Yep. And you know I'm not real bright, but just you know football long enough. You know that you got 2 downs to get it to your best player. Why not give it to your second best player when everybody's keying on the first best player? Just kind of made sense. Good play call there by the Redskins.
9 plays, 68 yards, and now the extra point attempt that will go for 2. McGee will shift up into the fullback spot. You got a lineman on the right side. Now they'll shift back the other way as they'll change places. Pownall, the left halfback. Byard will take the snap, hand it off to Pownall off the right side. Did he get in? Yes, he did. So the extra point run is good with 5:04 left in the opening period. Indian Creek on top 8-0. We'll be back with more high school football on WILE right after this.
Attention all car seekers, ready to find the perfect new or used car? Look no further than Troy Blair at Dunning Motor Sales, where expert assistance awaits you. Troy Blair is a proud alum of the Meadowbrook Colts. Let him guide you to your dream ride. Troy will ensure you drive away in style with all your questions answered. So don't wait another moment. Visit Dunning Motor Sales today. Experience the difference Troy Blair can make in your car buying journey. You'll be hitting the road in your new vehicle in no time.
97.7 on your FM dial. We're WILE FM, Byesville, Cambridge.
Welcome back to McFarland Stadium. Our first quarter score with 5:04 left. Our scoreboard update brought to you all night tonight by Doan Ford, 8-0. Indian Creek as Byard takes it in from 5 yards out. Pownall will add the extra point run for 2, and it stands 8-0 with 5:04 left. And the Cats hoping to get a chance to get their offense going here, and it's getting a little bit darker to the west.
It is getting a little bit darker. Cats, that series didn't play they played pretty well in that possession. You take away a 27-yard pass play on 3rd and long, they played pretty well stopping McGee and keeping those gains to a minimum. So, if they can react to that pass a little bit better, they maybe stop them there on 4th down and keep 8 points off the board.
Devin Ogle, Reed Johnson back deep for the Bobcats. And on for the kick, Luke McMillan, our Valentine Insurance kickoff here as the Cats find themselves down 8-0 early on tonight. McMillan, a lineman, also going to kick it away. And watching them again practice in pregame, they didn't kick anything very deep, and this is going to be short, taken by one of the Bobcat up back. Looks like it would be Edwards out there on the left wing, and he got tripped up trying to cut to the outside by one of his own men. So the Bobcats down the score, take over with 5:01 left here in the first period. Got to try to get something going here.
Yeah, but no hurry, right? I mean, you run your offense, you move the ball a little bit, your first possession, just got to minimize those mistakes. Don't try to force something and make something happen that you don't need to. Take your time, get back to those short, quick passes.
Clayton Myers back in the ball game, so whatever his injury was, they were able to tend to him and get him back out there. That's good news for the Bobcats as he is offset to the right of Carpenter. Short bunch formation to the right for the Bobcats. One receiver set to the left, and Ogle. And Carpenter will look that way, fire it out to Ogle. He'll haul it in and lower his shoulder, get an extra yard or two out near the 38-yard line. And that's a play they can probably do all night long. Once they get that formation, they get one-on-one coverage out there.
There you go. And if you're going to keep putting more people in the box, you don't have any safety help there. That's one-on-one with Devin Ogle. I'll take my chances with that.
That's a 4-by-1 here. It's Carpenter alone in the backfield, and the defense
and
for the Redskins. Coach Connor said, wait a minute.
Yeah, he said, no, you can't put Devin Ogle out here all by himself. We need some help.
That's what they're going to do. Like, we'll keep it here for this timeout because that's something, we haven't had a chance to talk about early on here, is how the Bobcats will utilize their formations to isolate defensive players. And that's something we saw them do a lot last year with Devin Ogle, how they can put him out on an island, and you can't put 2 guys over there.
No, he's a difference maker for sure. He's their leading receiver coming back and had a great season last year for the Cats. So, and defenses around the valley are going to know who Devin Ogle is this year. They're going to have to key on him, especially when you have a young team. And you saw Coach Connor was yelling at his defense to come over. They put a guy over top of him to bump and run him, and then a guy deeper to make sure that he didn't get away. So they weren't quite responding, so he had to waste the time out there.
That's second and call it 3. Again, a 5-wide look, 4 to the right of Carpenter. And they are going to put an extra defender on top of Ogle over there, and he'll slip past him. Now Carpenter will tuck it, fire it out in the flat, and has Ogle out there, who will come back to the ball and catch it for a first down across the 45, give him the 46 or 7, and the Bobcats with their second first down of the night. Carpenter's showing some of his elusiveness in the backfield, stepping up.
Again, he's athletic. He's a smart kid. He'll be able to find those openings.
Now they're trying to bump on Ogle out there, and the Cats will go the opposite way. Completed on the outside. Reed has it, and he'll use his speed, and a flag comes in behind that play. That could be holding on the Cats right at the 45. If that was, I think they're pointing back the other way. Yes, that's going to be on Cambridge.
And if you could get Reed Johnson in open space like that, you saw how quickly Carpenter got him the ball. He says, oh, my goodness, let's get the speedster the ball in open space and let him go. Great play call there.
Yeah, just a little quick screen to the right. And what we've seen the last two plays, the adjustment Coach Connors made is they're going to put a bump on Devin Ogle with a defender over top of him, which means you don't have as many guys to defend the 4 guys to the wide side.
That's correct. Exactly
and
right.
The Cats will stay in that formation now. Actually, Myers will shift back into the backfield, 1st and 12 with that penalty. They're running option, flipping it back to Myers. That ball's loose on the ground. It was a lateral, and let's see who came up with it.
He's winding the clock, so Cambridge must have got it.
Cambridge got it back. One of the linemen hustled back there. And Myers and Carpenter that time didn't have a lot of space between them. And Carpenter kind of flipped it overhand back at him, but he was only a couple of yards away. So that fumble is going to cost him some yardage, making it 2nd and about 20.
2nd and 20, so you don't need all 20 of them, right? So get back 8, 9, 10 yards, make it 3rd and manageable.
Ogle spread to the left, 3 to the right. As Carpenter and Myers in the backfield taking the snap. Carpenter looks down the field, pump fakes at 1, directs the offense, and he got a guy open, and that's completed to Kaiser, and then he'll be knocked out of his hand and picked up by the defense. So a completion and then a fumble. And that one picked up on the defensive side by Ian Starkey. So the Bobcats got what they needed, and actually it looked like Kaiser had enough to get the first down and had it knocked out of his hand. So the Cats, with 2 possessions tonight, have turned it over twice, an interception and now a fumble. And the Redskins leading 8-0 will take back over with 3:39 to go, and they'll start this drive at their own 41-yard line.
Real nice patience there by Carpenter to be able to direct traffic. He was telling Kaiser to find that open spot. So good job by him. Good adjustment so far by the sophomore.
3 wides to the right for the Redskins. McGee behind Byard, and they'll split the field 2 to the left side. Starkey heads back in. Hand off straight ahead. McGee right up the middle. Hit at the 45, but he's going to carry defenders to the 50-45 of the Bobcats, still on his feet, down to the Cambridge 35. What kind of engine does that guy have? Wow.
24-yard gain. He's got 54 yards already on 8 carries.
20 of those came after first contact as he just kept the wheels burning. And he has it all the way to the Cambridge 35, running clock with 3:15, and the Redskins trying to add to an 8-0 lead. McGee in the pistol set again, 3 wide to the left. A little motion in the fumble in the backfield, and I think the Bobcats quickly on top of that one. And it is Bobcat ball.
Wow.
Picked up that time. It looked like Deontay Jones. So the Bobcats come up with a miscue.
Much needed.
That was, looked like Byard just stuck the ball out there for McGee, and he didn't take it, or he didn't have his hands in the right spot. So the Cats will get a huge play there and get back on the offensive side with 3:02 left. So down 8-0, and the Cats will head the offense back out there. Myers in the backfield, offset left of Carpenter. And he'll fake it to Myers, flip it out to Ogle. And not much there, as Ogle didn't have anywhere to go. Completed and then dropped quickly.
It wasn't Ogle, it was number 9.
Oh, 9, okay.
That would be Damian Shaw.
Okay, Bobcats, a couple of extra guys in there. Damian Shaw.
Yeah, they put Ogle back here on the other side to try to confuse the defense a little bit.
Back to pass, Carpenter out to the left flat. Has Ogle again, and close to the line to gain. He caught it just short of it, turned up the field. Defended out there by Pownall. And it'll be 3rd and about 3. As the Cats quickly to the line of scrimmage. Ogle one-on-one to the left, 4 receivers to the right.
Oh, that's a penalty.
And I think the defense may be into, yes, they were into the neutral zone, so the Bobcats getting to the line, then checking the sideline for the play. And we've seen them do that in the past. A lot of teams do.
Yeah, they got to be real careful, though. You're allowed to make a movement because you're not down in your set position, but it has to be a natural movement. That's pretty quick.
Yeah.
But it got the defense to jump.
The intention was to get the first down. The Cats will do that. And they are in Redskin territory at the 49 for the first time tonight. Snap back. Direct snap to Ogle that time, and he would come into the backfield, and there was nothing for Devin Ogle that time. He'll lose a couple on the play. Cats trying to use all kinds of formations and ideas to get the ball to their playmakers.
And if you're going to do it on first down.
Yeah.
So the Cats 3 rushes so far tonight, minus 16 yards.
Ogle will split out wide to the right part of a 3-receiver set. Carpenter in the backfield facing 2nd and 12. Back to pass. Looks up the field. Flush from the pocket to his left. He'll run to the marker over there and got hammered right at the 50. He didn't get to the sideline quick enough. And is there a flag over there?
Oh, no.
No, that was a pretty good hit.
He leveled him, that's for sure.
Carpenter on the keeper, Canal with the late hit.
Pound on a hit. And it was a good one.
Yeah, from here you couldn't see if he was out of bounds or not. It was real close to it, of course.
Pretty close to it. Might get away with that on your sideline, but not on the other one, right? 3rd and 11. Motion by the Cats this time. As Carpenter will roll to his right, gets to the outside, looks down the field, has a man. That's completed to Kaiser inside the 40. This one he'll hold on to. Big hit that time by Byard, but he'll hold on for the first down. Move the sticks. Another first down by the Bobcats, brought to you by WB Green Insurance Company.
That's the Cambridge Bobcat. First down.
And first down.
2 catches for Kaiser, 35 yards.
So down inside the 40 with 1:20 to go. And a sideline warning on the Bobcats coaching staff. So 1st and 10. Cody Quillen in the backfield for the Bobcats here, replacing.
Well, you got one-on-one up top.
And one-on-one on top. And nice play by Carpenter that time under duress. Got it out again to Kaiser. He spun out of that fake, and there was a defender in his face right away.
You see the arm strength there of Carpenter running away from his body and throws a dart to Kaiser across the middle.
Right on the money.
Sure was.
5-yard completion. Kaiser hauls this one in. Bobcats again getting those short passes in. 2-by-2 receiver set. 2-by-3 as Carpenter fires it down the middle. That one up for grabs and in and out of the hands of Byard. That should have been picked as Carpenter just tried to lob it as far as he could and hoping one of his receivers would get to it. Falls incomplete. 3rd down and 5. They're bringing some heat again.
Sure are. And again, that's Indian Creek. I mean, Coach Connor is going to be aggressive all night long to put pressure on them.
5 wide look. There comes the blitz from the outside, and again into look like somebody jumped in the neutral zone up on top there, but no call.
Now again, 4-down territory like Indian Creek had earlier in the quarter. No reason you have to throw it for the first down here. You're going to go for it anyway.
Carpenter alone in the backfield. There come after him. He flips it out in the flat, completed to Quillen. Immediately hit by Byard. And I think they're going to mark him just shy of that line to gain. So it's going to be a 4th down play for the Bobcats. 30 seconds left in the quarter. Cambridge's best drive of the night. 4th and a yard. Quillen into the backfield. Carpenter on the keeper. Works off to the right, and he'll have nowhere to go. There was nothing for him there, and he'll end up flopping it down there for a loss on the play. And there was absolutely no place for Garrett Carpenter to go, and the Bobcats are going to turn it over on down.
That's tough there for Carpenter. He obviously didn't have any choice but to go down because the pressure was there.
Faked it to Quillen, wanted to follow him through the hole, and there was just nothing there. And so with 5 seconds to go in the quarter, the Redskins will come back out and take over on their own 28. 8-0. Indian Creek on top of the Cats, and they'll have one play here to finish up this opening period.
Yeah, they're trying to put 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah,
here.
they got up to 15. There you go. 15 seconds will be placed on the clock. The officials.
10 seconds on the clock.
Now they want just 10 seconds on the clock, and that's where we're at. Enough for one play. Either way, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, probably going to be McGee with the carry, right?
For sure.
1st and 10, Byard. Bobbled the snap, hands it off McGee, breaks the tackle off the left side. He's off to the races, 50, out to the 45 of the Bobcats, and finally taken out of bounds. And a flag comes in late.
That's
really late.
They stumbled on each other. They didn't hit him late.
Yeah, they got tripped up out of bounds.
Come on.
And that flag came in as they kind of tumbled out of bounds. Is that going to go against the defense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Sure. Well, there were 3 defenders on top of McGee, but they didn't hit him on purpose. They just stumbled over each other and just happened to fall on top of it.
A flag comes in from the far sideline.
This ought to be fun.
And it looks like an unsportsmanlike. I think the far official looked like he signaled unsportsmanlike, right?
Well, that was it has to be if it's over there.
Yeah.
Could have been a sideline warning.
So they had the Bobcats penalized first. Man, we'll sort this out here with 2 seconds remaining. Cambridge lucky there. McGee didn't pop that one all the way through. Personal foul on the Bobcats, and then, yes, the penalty against the Redskins, and they'll offset. So we'll just leave it right where it is. Well, the Redskins, I don't know what happened over on the far sideline, but they gave away some yardage there.
Sure did.
So 2 seconds left. We will have one more play in this opening period. There's Pauno on the backfield, offset to the right of Byard. 3 wide to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Byard on 1st and 10. Takes a low snap. He'll pick it up, keep it himself, pop it through, breaks a couple of tackles, and then inside the 40 to the 38 before the Bobcat defense finally collapses on him. Tackled by Nathan Schultz. And we'll head to the second period with Indian Creek on top of the Bobcats, 8-0. Stay tuned. More high school football coming up on WILE right after this.
This is Ed with Cambridge Overhead Door. If you are building a new home or thinking about replacing your existing garage door, we can help. We have many styles and designs that will enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you want standard raised panel doors or our elegant accent wood grain doors that come in a variety of colors, stop by our showroom to see all our options. We are located on State Route 22 in Center beside the pantry door in Delhi. Or give us a call at 432-DOOR. That's 432-3667.
Hey football fans, Laborers, Local 530 in Zanesville, Ohio is cheering on all the local high school teams this year. Serving Muskingum, Perry, Noble, and Guernsey counties, Local 530 represents around 400 skilled men and women in the building and construction trades. They work with over 100 signatory contractors, providing committed and experienced laborers for building, heavy highway, and pipeline construction. For more information, give them a call at 740-453-1214. Good luck to all the teams from Laborers Local 530.
Welcome back to McFarland Stadium. 1 quarter in the books. Our scoreboard update brought to you by Dillon Fort. 8-0. Indian Creek on top of Cambridge. The Redskins with the ball on the roll again at the Bobcat 39. They'll face 2nd and 7. Cats have had a couple of good-looking drives. JV and one ended on downs. They've thrown it away once, put it on the ground another time, but I'm impressed early on here by the sophomore Garrett Carpenter and his ability to put the ball where guys can catch it. Both teams, I guess.
Yeah, well, sure, yeah. Well, and again, you're going to have some growing pains. You know that coming into the season. However, again, his biggest attribute, the positive is he's a smart kid. He's going to be able to figure that stuff out. First game, first opportunity, got a little quick and tried to make a little bit too much happen. If you can remember, a couple years ago, we had that conversation a lot. As a sophomore, Cade Moore stepped into those roles. He liked to try to force the ball a little bit more than he should have, too. So those are things that young guys need to work out and need to learn, that they don't have to try to do too much. And he's going to be a good one. Barring any injury, Garrett Carpenter is going to be a pretty good mainstay here for the Cats for the next few years.
2nd and 7 for the Redskins as they come to the line to start this second period, leading 8-0. McGee in the pistol set behind Byard. Couple of receivers split wide to the left. One to the right and a tight end set to the right as well.
2nd and 7 on the 38.
Byard takes the snap. McGee straight ahead, breaks it off the right side, cuts back a little bit down near the 30 before Kaiser will trip him up. Gain of about 6 and just shy of the line to make here, which is around the 30. McGee in motion. And Byard on the keeper, straight ahead, breaks one tackle. Cats will stack him up in the backfield, and he's going to go down. And was there a fumble on the play? Cambridge sideline seems to think so. They're going to mark it forward progress short of the line of scrimmage. 4th down. They lost about a yard or so on the play. Bobcat defense got there in a hurry that time, bunch of them.
Yeah, a little slow developing play there. Tried to send McGee out in motion to try to confuse the defense and key on him, and Byard kept it up the middle, but it's just a lot of congestion up there.
So 4th down, maybe 3. McGee will move back into the backfield. I thought maybe the Cat defense would go with McGee on that last play. He did not, or they did not.
They're going to go with him now.
I bet they do. 4th down, and McGee straight ahead, looks inside, breaks it to the outside. And he'll break another tackle before Cody Quillen will drag him down. That should be enough for a 1st down, and it is. 7th 1st down of the night for the Redskins. Light rain falling on the field.
92 yards on 12 carries from McGee so far.
Popping it around out there. 1st and 10 from the 29. Play action. Byard fakes it, fires it in the corner, man wide open, and that is going to be caught. There is a flag down, however.
It's a hold on the offense.
Mazer on the catch as the Bobcat defense was totally confused there, and it will be a hold on the offense. Negate that play. Well, that's a highlight film play, but it's going to be coming back. 2nd penalty on the Redskins offense tonight.
So that's their 3rd penalty, Indian Creek, for 25 yards, but that was the big one.
Yeah, that was a big one. All the way back out to the 39-yard line, taking points off the board. 10:18 left here in the second period, 8-0. Creek, but they will have a full set of downs here to try to pick this up.
Well, Cats are playing man-to-man. They're going to have to.
And a penalty. Is that delay a game?
Yes, sir.
And it is. Tack on another 5. They got the ball set for play, but they didn't get up and get after it. So the Redskins here kind of shooting themselves in the foot a little bit.
So again, Cats are going to be forced into playing man-to-man because they just have to be able to keep guys around the middle to be able to key on McGee. So, you might get beat every once in a while on that outside.
Yeah, they're man-to-man on top there. And at the bottom here, Byard on the fake. He'll keep it. Break to the outside. Bobcats with a bad angle. Byard's going to break through and pick up about 10 there. Again, you get man-to-man on the outside, it's hard to give run support, and that's exactly what happened there. Byard got to the edge. Pretty slow developing play, but he made something out of it. Got about 10 of them back. And it'll be second down and 12 now from the 31.
So Byard, 8 rushes, 58 yards so far for the Redskins.
Well, we kind of knew they were going to pound the ball a little bit.
Yep, and that's your 1-2 punch. We knew that coming in.
McGee from the left side breaks it back to the right, trying to get to the edge, out on the outside, and pulled down, and the helmet comes off, and there's a reason for that. Like the defender for the Bobcats, I don't know if it was Edwards or Johnson, kind of grabbed him by the face mask and trying to take him down. Reed Johnson on the tackle, but grabbed him up around the shoulders, and that face mask is going to move it far enough probably to pick up the first down from that spot.
Oh, definitely. It happened. There's a couple new rules in Ohio high school this year. A lot for us officials to try to digest, so that's actually going to get them a first down. But there's different spot fouls and there's different succeeding spots, and there's going to be a lot of confusion here. Whether there was a game, where the flag actually occurred, depends on where that spot's going to be.
So first and 10, just outside the 10-yard line. Call it to 13. And Byard will check his playlist. 2 tight end set. McGee straight ahead. Looking for some space. Cuts it back. And he just has the knack, not only with his quickness, but his ability to cut and make guys miss. And he's made a bunch of guys miss here.
Yeah, and he's not a real tall guy. He's listed at, 5'8" maybe? But he's pretty shifty, and he's quick enough. I mean, he's not, a track star, I wouldn't think, from a speed standpoint. At least it doesn't look like it. He's certainly quick enough to get past people.
I list him at 190, so he's a little bit of a load to pull down, too.
He's pretty thick, so he's tough to bring down as well. But
got a couple there. Byard on the play action, rolling to his left, looking into the end zone. Under pressure now, will keep it, and he'll get a couple more inside the 10, down near the 7. Good coverage in the end zone that time by the Bobcats, forcing Byard to tuck it and go. And they'll mark him down at the 6-yard line. Can get a first down in about 4 yards. 9-minute mark of this first half. The Redskins on top 8-0, looking for more right here at the Cambridge 6-yard line. Again, full house backfield, and mix up in the backfield. Byard with the handoff to McGee and the tackle. As he just turned and ran right into McGee, handing the ball, and then knocked him down. And loss on the play will now make it 4th down. They've gone to that wishbone, and it hasn't been smooth.
The whole offensive possession hasn't been smooth. There's been guys moving a little bit, and the officials aren't calling things, and it seems like the center's having trouble getting the ball back, and then there's some miscommunication in the backfield. There's a lot of things going on, so that was a huge break for Cambridge for sure.
They'll put 4 wide receivers to the right, now shift 1 to the left, and the timeout's going to be taken by Indian Creek. They were looking at another play clock violation there if they didn't get that one. So 8:06 left here in the first half. 4th down for the Redskins. We'll take the timeout as they lead at 8-0. We'll be back right after this.
Wayne Door is Ohio's most complete one-stop shop for residential and commercial garage doors, entry doors, windows, and much more. In fact, the list keeps on growing. Garage doors, entry doors, storm doors, access entry systems, vinyl replacement windows, and stone are just some of the things Wayne Door has to offer. Stop by their Cambridge showroom to see their full lineup of premier products in person and work with their team of experts. Wayne Door also offers 24/7 emergency garage door service, and their service department is second to none. Wayne Door, more than just garage doors. Check them out at waynedoor.com.
Back at McFarland Stadium, big play here for the Bobcat defense as well for the Indian Creek offense as Cambridge facing a 4th and 10 here, trying to get another stop on the Redskins. And a little miscommunication, misdirection. It is early season for all of these teams, and you don't want anybody to get hurt, so a lot of times in scrimmages you just don't go full go and play all your starters a lot.
Yeah, a little miscommunication, I think. And you know, the ball could be wet, too. There's some sprinkles out there, so that could be causing a little bit of an issue as well. But, boy, you talk about a big stop early. Yeah. This is one for Cambridge right here. 3 receivers wide to the right, 1 to the left. Byard with McGee in the backfield, 4th down. And now McGee will shift up into the slot on the left side. Byard back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, trying to break out, and then he flips it back over his shoulder. And it is completed. I thought he was across the line of scrimmage at least once there, but I'm going to call a completion. Is that to McGee? I think it might be. They're getting a Cambridge ball here, so it must be short. Yeah, it was McGee. Cambridge ball's coming in. I think it is short, so the Bobcat defense does come up with it. Mark it at the 3-yard line, and looking at the downs markers on the far sideline, need to get to the 2. So Bobcat defense comes up with a big play there. Byard kind of looked like he was going to run at one point and then step back. Yeah, did a great job to find the open guy, and McGee made a couple guys miss and took him right down to the line to gain, but just short. So this is a tough spot for the Bobcat offense. They're going to have to come out and go from their own 3-yard line, and they've not shown much ability to run the ball tonight, and this is a situation almost calls for you to have to do that a little bit. But 1st and 10 from their 3. They trail at 8-0 with 7:56 left here in the first half. Yeah, you certainly don't want to give Creek the ball on a turnover on downs inside your own territory. So you got to be able to put a drive together to move the ball down the field. I'm okay with taking those little 5-yard outs. Like, it's been successful so far for Cambridge, and they've ran the ball 5 times for negative 17 yards. Yeah. So I don't think that it's going to work down by your goal line, though they've been pretty successful through the air. So no reason to get excited here. You got 8 minutes to go. Take your time, put a nice drive together, move all the way down the field, get back in this game. Yeah, Creek's been bringing 4 and 5 guys off the edge there when the Bobcats are on offense. And they're going to bring it now, certainly down by the goal line. So Devin Ogle will split wide to the right. Quillen will stay in the backfield along with Carpenter. 3 wide to the left for the Cats. 1st and 10 from their own 3-yard line. Carpenter, the draw play to Quillen. It works to perfection out across the 10, almost to the 12-yard line. I didn't see that one coming, partner. Obviously, Creek didn't either, so it worked pretty well for the Cats. Got about 8. Give them a little space down there.
Picks up 8 yards, brings up 2nd and 2.
So Ogle will spread the field to the right. He'll draw off 2 defenders that way. Man-to-man coverage on the 3 remaining receivers to the left. Carpenter will look that way. He'll step up, flushed out of the pocket, and will get maybe enough for the first down. Pretty close to it.
Yep. Scrambles and picks up the Bobcat first down.
And the best part about that play, he didn't panic. He saw the pocket collapsing. He saw a little bit of a lane. He took it. He was getting ready to throw the ball out here to the flat to Johnson. Not a good idea clear across the field when you're only on the 15-yard line.
All the Bobcat first downs brought to you by WB Green Insurance tonight. 1st and 10 for the Bobcats. 7 minutes left in the opening half. They trail it by a score. Carpenter fires it out to Ogle, and Ogle barely turned in time for that ball to hit him in the chest, but he got his hands on it, and he'll haul it in. And Carpenter throwing that on timing. You know how much they've been practicing those timing passes, but that was right on the money.
Hey, you better be practicing it now, buddy. He ain't got a lot of time to throw it, so you better be ready.
Well, Ogle's body language said a little bit about that one, too.
He had no idea that ball was coming, and obviously he was under pressure. He had to get rid of it.
2-by-2 set handoff. Quillen left side, back to the line of scrimmage. Not much there. And that'll bring up 3rd and 5 for the Cats.
The carry for the Bobcats. Brought down by Jace Nett.
Bobcats just trying to mix it up enough to keep the defense honest. But they have not had much success tonight on the ground. So 3rd and 5. As Ogle will spread the field by himself to the right.
Big play here because I can't imagine you're going to go for it on 4th down if you don't pick this up.
Edwards in motion to the right, and a fumbled snap as Carpenter took it. Looked like he might have been handing it off inside on a running play, and Quillen will put it on the ground but recover it, and the Bobcats come up short here on 4th down. And first punt of the night, punt attempt by the Bobcats coming up here.
Rylan Matthews, the
punter for the Cats.
Byard is deep for
Byard back deep.
Indian Creek along with Paul Major.
And Major. Standing at his own 5-yard line. Matthews. Good snap. Steps into it. Boots a knuckler that Byard will take it to 49. Trying to get to the wide side. Bobcats giving chase there. He'll get to the corner and get it down near the 40-yard line. So 5 minutes remain here in this opening half, and Indian Creek with good field position once again, probably their best of the night in Cambridge territory, will take the ball leading 8-0.
Anderson on the tackle for the Bobcats.
Well, again, big possession here for Cambridge on the defensive end with 5 minutes to go. Again, getting Creek the ball inside your own territory, and mostly because that was just a good return there by Byard. But it's going to be really tough here for Cambridge to be able to keep them out of the end zone here before the half.
That Bobcat defense have forced a punt on their initial possession, but gave up a touchdown on a 9-play drive. The only scoring play of the game for the Redskins. They pounded it down the field, got it inside the 10, and eventually Byard taking it in. Cats defense forcing a fumble on the next possession, and then turnover on downs after an 11-play drive. So Cambridge's defense has been able to come up with some plays tonight. The offense has shown spurts of being able to get things done, but just hasn't been consistent here in this first half.
Yep, you see the wheels sputtering just a little bit, and again, that's kind of to be expected, right? You're talking about 10 new starters on the offensive side, or 9 new starters for Cambridge on the offensive side. So certainly going to have some growing pains, trying to get your timing down and all that kind of stuff, and route running and making sure you're in the right spots and those kind of things. And an inexperienced line up front. You got one starting lineman back. So, you know, it's going to be a work in progress throughout the season, but that's the plan. Nobody's going to be 100% first game of the season. You want to be playing your best ball at the end of the season. But at this particular point, Cambridge is doing what they need to so far on offense.
McGee offset to the right of Byard. Motion comes across, and the jet sweep by the Redskins. Not very successful. Brett Worrells came across and brought down by Devin Ogle. They've got a yard maybe out of that play, but didn't get to the edge. Good defense by the Cats there as Ogle came up quickly.
Yeah, and held on tight there, too. Yeah. Held his ground and then held on for the tackle.
4.5 on a running clock here in the first half. And again, Worrells in motion, this time straight ahead to McGee, looking for the outside. He'll pop it inside and right through a couple of defenders' arms and close to a first down.
McGee up the middle for Indian
Now
Creek.
marking at about the 32. Short of the line of game by a couple.
And you see how quick he is with those cuts. Again, he's not, world-class track speed, but boy, he cuts on a dime and he hits that hole.
Comes right at you, then changes direction and you're grabbing air.
Yep, runs really hard downhill and he makes good cuts.
Backfield again. As McGee to the left side cuts it up, first down and more, pops it into the secondary, bounces off defenders inside the 20, inside now the 15. And over the 100-yard mark, no doubt for the night, goes Zion McGee. He had 1,200 yards rushing a year ago. He's just a junior, and looks pretty good tonight.
Yeah,
opening game.
123 so far on the night.
Bobcats having a difficult time bringing him down, and a timeout on the field for an injury. So while they attend to that, with 3:36 left here in the opening half, Indian Creek leading 8-0, looking for more. We'll take the break. More high school football on WLE coming up after this.
Wayne Door is Ohio's most complete one-stop shop for residential and commercial garage doors, entry doors, windows, and much more. In fact, the list keeps on growing. Garage doors, entry doors, storm doors, access entry systems, vinyl replacement windows, and stone are just some of the things Wayne Door has to offer. Stop by their Cambridge showroom to see their full lineup of premier products in person and work with their team of experts. Wayne Door also offers 24/7 emergency garage door service, and their service department is second to none. Wayne Door, more than just garage doors. Check them out at waynedoor.com.
97.7 on your FM dial. We're WILE FM, Byesville, Cambridge.
Back at McFarland Stadium, 3:36 remaining in the first half. Taking a look at our AVC Doppler radar.
Digital weather.
Yeah, our Doppler radar does look like some rain in the area. Light rain, but maybe within an hour that could get a little heavier. Hasn't affected play too much so far. First and 10, Indian Creek is Pownall now in the backfield, offset left of Byard. He'll take the snap, hand it off. Pownall straight ahead, weaves his way through the middle and down near the 5-yard line. Got about 9. I think he needed to get to the 5 to pick up a first down. Checking in the yard. Pownall will stay in there, offset again to the left. Byard. The handoff straight ahead. That'll be enough to get the first down. A group of cats in there to slow him down. And it'll be first and goal to go. McGee checking back in. And they're going to go into that wishbone set. And they do this. Pownall and McGee in there, but they bring in a lineman. 51 comes in there. Adam Ray. 240-pounder. You know he's not going to be carrying the ball, right?
Certainly not with a 51.
Hand off straight ahead. Pownall into the end zone from 3 yards out, and the Redskins will extend their lead.
Indian Creek takes it across the goal line for the score.
Pownall, just a sophomore, is relied upon quite a bit on the defensive end, more from the linebacker standpoint, but you see why they want to give him the ball. He runs pretty hard as well.
So an extra point attempt here. Byard will be trying it. Starkey on the hold. Little floater snap. That one nearly blocked, but he got it up and through. Boy, coming off the edge that time, Reed Johnson had a pretty good, he might have run by the ball before it got kicked.
Looked like it.
Yeah, so the extra point is good, making it 15-0. Redskins on top of the Cats. We'll be back right after these messages.
Now located at 16050 McConnellsville Road in Caldwell, Ohio. Patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance Company is a mutual insurance company established in 1896 for the purpose of providing insurance coverage to rural Ohio. They offer a product to meet your insurance need, whether it is for a farm, rental dwelling, home in town, secondary or seasonal dwelling, churches, or mobile home. They partner with Grinnell Mutual Insurance Company to offer liability coverage to package with their patrons Buckeye Mutual policy. Call today at 638-3604 and follow them on Facebook at Patrons Buckeye.
Back in McFarland Stadium, first half scoreboard update brought to you by Doane Ford, Indian Creek. Hits pay dirt again. This one is Pownall. From 3 yards out, the kick by Byard was good. 6 plays, 40 yards, making it 15-0. Indian Creek on top with 2:26 left to go. I want to thank our sponsors tonight, People's Bank, Valentine Insurance, Wayne Garage Door, Maya Shearer for Municipal Judge, and Patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance. As McMillan comes on again for another Valentine Insurance kickoff. Kicked one relatively short last time that one of the upbacks took for the Cats. And they'll squib another one off to the left side. It's going to hit and bound out of bounds near the 30-yard line. Bobcats will probably take that out at the 35, I imagine.
Boots it out of bounds.
So 2:26 to go. Cambridge just needs to try to establish something on the offensive end. Look, they've got minus 11 yards on the ground so far, so I don't think that's going to be part of the plan, though it worked good down on the goal line on that draw play. But Garrett Carpenter's done pretty well. I mean, he's been pretty consistent so far with has made 14 pass attempts. Cambridge just needs to take their time. They got 2.5 left, 2:26 left, and 2 timeouts.
Quillen will join Carpenter in the backfield. Cats will spread the field out. Ogle will draw double coverage here to the left side. Now Kaiser will move into the slot on the left, and a timeout by Creek, I believe. No, Bobcats are going to take that timeout. Figure talk a little bit about Creek's ability to run the ball. We talked about it in the pregame, and right now, well over 200 yards rushing here in the first half.
Yeah, 212 yards of it total for the Redskins. 123 of that is McGee, though Gavin Pownall has been in the end zone twice, once for a touchdown, once for a 2-point conversion, and Zach Byard has 9 rushes, 63 yards. So, you know, they've been spreading it around. Pownall has 35 yards also, or 25, I'm sorry. So, yeah, 212 yards on the ground. We knew it's exactly what was going to happen, right? I mean, that's Indian Creek's offense the last 21 years. We know that. But they want to challenge you. They want to push you around and control the line of scrimmage, and they want you to stop them. Make Indian Creek get in passing situations, and it's worked pretty well for Cambridge so far when they've had to throw it because Zach Byard's only thrown the ball 3 times. The problem is he completed that one long 27-yarder.
Cats have one timeout left. Carpenter rolling to his left, fires it out in the left lap, ball tipped and then completed to Reed Johnson. Although Johnson came in motion, it looked like he might have turned up a little sooner than he needed to. And there is a flag down back around the line of scrimmage. Bobcats just trying to get playmakers in space, and Johnson's one of those guys with his speed, but he was trying to get space too soon.
A little sooner than he needed to. Ineligible downfield is the call.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Regardless, it's still a 5-yard penalty.
It is.
And that is their 4th penalty so far for Cambridge for 30 yards.
So 1st and 15. So 2:18 left here in the first half. Cambridge trailing 15-0, and now Johnson will spread the field to the left. Ogle wide to the right with double coverage there. Carpenter steps up in the pocket, flush from it, he'll tuck it and run. And this time trying to deliver the hit himself, and he took a second shot there, maybe when he was out of bounds. But you need to lower the shoulders to do that, not throw your hips at him, buddy.
Well, he's still learning.
He is learning. He's learning. He got about 3 or 4 out of it.
Looked like he had a lot of green in front of him, but Creek was kind of spying him and closed down pretty quickly. Again, 2nd and long. You don't need 13 yards here. Take your time, get 5 or 6, make it
3-by-1 look. And again, Ogle going to draw double coverage. Carpenter will roll to his left, now step up. Looking again, he'll tuck it and goes ahead again. Got about 5, maybe 6 out of that play out near the 40. I'll give him 7 on that play. Trying to work off the penalty and take what's there, right?
Perfect. Now it's 3rd and manageable, no problem.
3rd and 5. Ogle will flop sides, and he'll draw 2 defenders when he does that. Bobcats actually got a free receiver there, Quillen, and they'll find him. And then Carpenter trying to throw it too quickly. He saw the same thing I did. The defenders both jumped on Ogle out there and left Quillen wide open in the slot. Quillen just needed to recognize that and sit down for it rather than continuing up into coverage.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on what that play call was.
4th down. Cats are going to look like they're going to go for it here. Carpenter back in pass formation. He'll roll to his right, looking in the flat, fired out there, has a man, and that's completed. And Eli Edwards will have it for the 1st down. So another WB Green Insurance 1st down for the Bobcats with 1:32 left. They have 1 timeout remaining in the half. And again, on the move.
And they need to start moving a little bit quicker because that clock is ticking.
3 wide to the left. Carpenter will look that way. Now flush to his right, looking down the field, fires it, has a man. That's completed to Ogle. He'll break 1 tackle, a second, and then get it up the sidelines and out of bounds. So Devin Ogle, another WB Green 1st down. Like a defender that time might have gone for the ball a little bit and didn't get to it. 1:10. Clock stop and timeout taken by Indian Creek. So 15-0 lead by Creek over the Bobcats. We'll take the quick break. We'll be back with more first half action here from McFarland Stadium right after this.
This is Ed with Cambridge Overhead Door. If you are building a new home or thinking about replacing your existing garage door, we can help. We have many styles and designs that will enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you want standard raised panel doors or our elegant accent wood grain doors that come in a variety of colors, stop by our showroom to see all our options. We are located on State Route 22 in Center beside the pantry door in Delhi. Or give us a call at 432-DOOR. That's 432-3667.
Back at McFarland Stadium, the rain continues to sprinkle down. We can see it across the way. Looking through the lights, it looks like it's coming down maybe a lot harder than it is. There's a few umbrellas out, but not a lot.
I don't feel any of it.
No, you wouldn't. 1st and 10. Bobcats from the 35 of the Redskins. 5 wide, back to pass. And out in the flat, that's tipped out of the hands of a Bobcat and into the hands of the defender. And is that Mazur again? It is his second INT of the night. That right out of the hands of a Bobcat offensive player, Shaw. Damian Shaw out there had it go right through his hands, and it is raining enough for that ball to be damp. That's the Bobcats' third turnover here in this first half, and now with a 101.
And that's
the
a big
Redskins
one.
have a chance to try to put more points on the board from their own 45.
And that's a big one. Yeah, that's one thing that kids have to learn. Everybody teaches you to catch with your hands and how important it is to catch with your hands and all that good stuff. But when the weather starts turning, when it's snowing, when it's wet, when it's raining, it's better to catch that ball with your body to be able to bring it in than bounce it off of your hand.
McGee shifts up into a slot. Byard on the keeper. They get across the 50 near the 49 of the Cats. Spreading the field out and letting Byard do it with his feet. He's been pretty successful running as well.
Sure has. 69 yards on 10 carries.
Picked up about 6. McGee takes the handoff. And again, fights for extra yardage. You'll have a first down. Stops the clock momentarily. 25 seconds left in the half. Just trying to pop something here, huh?
Yeah, no reason to put the ball down the field.
Well, Byard will step under center and kill it with 20 seconds left. Neither team, well, I should say the Redskins don't have any timeouts left.
Yes, they're out of timeouts, and obviously that play really doesn't hurt you there. The main thing was you had to stop the clock if you didn't have a play called. Again, you got a 2-score lead against a team that is not moving the ball enough to scare you, right? So there's no reason to try to get greedy here. Hey, you get the ball in McGee's hands and see if he can break one.
3-by-1 set on the outside. McGee offsets to the right of Byard. Now he'll move left side as the Cats showing blitz from that side, and Byard will go back to pass. Looking down the field, plenty of time. Now flush to his right. Will fire it down the right sideline and out of bounds right at one of the cameramen down there. Eli Edwards in coverage for the Bobcats on Mazur. And incomplete with 11 seconds left.
Ball's wet.
And we got a man down. Is that Byard? Maybe. Took a shot there as he threw the ball.
He took a pretty good shot for sure. But ball's wet. You got the best running back on the field. I don't know, man. Just give it to him and see if he can break it.
Yeah, let him go 3 or 4 times. They're going to call roughing the passer on the Bobcats. There is a flag down right beside where Byard was. He'll probably take a play off, and they may do just what you said. Huh?
Mm-hmm. They will now.
Penalty will advance it down to about the 35.
That changes things real quick. You're going to have your backup quarterback in there because Byard's got to come out for a play. So Ian Starkey's going to get a chance to maybe throw one into the end zone here. I'd throw a little swing pass to
McGee.
Get him out there.
The ball placed at the 27. Starkey with McGee. And they'll fire it down the left side. Has a man there. And incomplete. Nope, a flag comes in late. Mazer down there with the Bobcats, Isaiah Mayo.
That's an easy call for the official. He bumped him before the ball got there. Wasn't making an attempt to catch the ball.
Never saw it coming.
Right.
Intended receiver was Lester, actually.
And that's huge.
6 seconds left.
Huge penalty for Cambridge because now it definitely gives them an opportunity to score.
Well, Byard will probably check back in. It looks like he is. Yep. He'll step back in. Starkey will head to his other assigned spot as a wide receiver.
I think Cambridge might want to take a timeout here.
And they will.
Things out.
Yeah. And back on their heels here. We'll say 1 second remaining on the clock. So with 1 second left here in the first half, 15-0, Redskins on top. And really the first half has kind of been almost what we had talked about in the pregame. You knew that Indian Creek was going to come out and pound the ball and play stout defense. The Bobcats were going to show growing pains, but they certainly have shown some bright spots here. But they just need the consistency that you get with playing at this level, which a lot of these kids have never done before.
Now, most of them have not done. Only 2 returning starters on the offensive side for Cambridge. But, you can see some positives. I mean, you see the growth. You see the decision-making. You can see what Carpenter's seeing in front of him, and he's making a lot of really good decisions. That last interception certainly wasn't his fault. That was a nice throw and a big gain. Would have been. So he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. You could tell that. Just need to give him a little bit more time up front. But now, being down 2 touchdowns, it's going to be tough to be able to come back from.
So they put 6 seconds on the clock here, and the Redskins will have a chance to run the play from the 13-yard line. They have no timeouts left, neither do the Bobcats. It's Byard in the backfield with McGee. 3 wide out to the right, 1 to the left. Now McGee shifts up into the slot. Byard will take the snap, look back, fired across the middle. That's picked by the Bobcat up the right sideline, and see if we can get a number there. Byard has to make the tackle.
I see yellow gloves, so it's got to be Devin Ogle.
Yep, Devin Ogle. So Ogle with the interception. He read that ball as a little slant route across the middle. Ogle stepped right in front of it. I'd like to see Reed Johnson catch that one and be gone. That would have been a different ending to the first half, but we have reached the end of the first 2 quarters, and Indian Creek leads the Bobcats 15-0. I invite you to stay tuned. A lot of halftime things going on here, and there's a Hall of Fame ceremony here tonight as Cambridge inducting Judge John Mark Nicholson into the Hall of Fame along with Timothy Ball, a.k.a. Dig Wayne. So we'll show that to you as well. We'll be back to talk more about that and the first half of action. We'll take care of all that business after we take care of this business. We'll talk to you in a few.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
I was sitting in my car and it wouldn't start. I lifted the hood and the engine was falling apart. What would I do? My eyes filled with tears. And on the radio I heard of West 40 by Pay here, where for a little money down and a little each week, I could have a car, nice, shiny, and sleek. So I walked in the door and I put the money down. Now I got a nice car that I can drive around. West 40 by Pay here will help rebuild your credit. The corner of Dewey and Route 40 in Cambridge, don't you forget it.
West 40 Auto Sales, corner of Route 40 and Dewey Avenue in Cambridge, is home of the guaranteed credit approval, with most loans approved while you wait. Go to their website to fill out an online loan application, west40autosales.com. You'll also find their weekly special listed there.
Hey, football fans, Laborers, Local 530 in Zanesville, Ohio, is cheering on all the local high school teams this year. Serving Muskingum, Perry, Noble, and Guernsey counties, Local 530 represents around 400 skilled men and women in the building and construction trades. They work with over 100 signatory contractors, providing committed and experienced laborers for building, heavy highway, and pipeline construction. For more information, give them a call at 740-453-1214. Good luck to all the teams from Laborers Local 530.
Hi, this is Gabby from People's Bank. I'm here to tell you about People's Bank's new CD special. It is so good, you need to stop by any People's Bank location today and ask your banker to tell you more. Or visit pebo.com. This special will not last long. You must open your account by September 7th. People's Bank. Working together, building success. Member FDIC.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
This is Ed with Cambridge Overhead Door. If you are building a new home or thinking about replacing your existing garage door, we can help. We have many styles and designs that will enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you want standard raised panel doors or our elegant accent wood grain doors that come in a variety of colors, stop by our showroom to see all our options. We are located on State Route 22 in Center beside the pantry door in Delhi. Or give us a call at 432-DOOR. That's 432-3667.
I'm not buying till I check on vote.
Most of us are faced with uncertainty every day. Your job, your finances, sporting events, schooling for your children, and so much more. With so much uncertainty surrounding you, there's one auto dealership that you can be certain about, and that's Doan Ford. You can be certain that you'll always get a great deal and the best service afterwards. In business for nearly 60 years has given Doan Ford the reputation of being a strong, reliable dealership. Be certain. Choose Doan Ford. Online at DoanFord.com.
Promises. You've heard them all. Peace of mind, quality insurance products, superior claim service, all at a fair and competitive price. Since 1848, Westfield Insurance has promised to provide excellent insurance coverage for your home, auto, and business. Sharing knowledge, building trust. That is Westfield Insurance's pledge to their customers. For a quote on protecting your home, auto, and business, call W.B. Green Insurance today. W.B. Green, professional insurance.
Attention all car seekers, ready to find the perfect new or used car? Look no further than Troy Blair at Dunning Motor Sales, where expert assistance awaits you. Troy Blair is a proud alum of the Meadowbrook Colts. Let him guide you to your dream ride. Troy will ensure you drive away in style with all your questions answered. So don't wait another moment. Visit Dunning Motor Sales today. Experience the difference Troy Blair can make in your car buying journey. You'll be hitting the road in your new vehicle in no time.
People's Bank's vision is to be the best community bank in America. People's Bank provides local, hometown relationship-based banking with 132 full-service branches for all of your financial needs. As your community bank, People's Bank strives to make our communities a better place to live, work, and play. We would love a chance to earn your business. People's Bank. Working together, building success. Member FDIC.
In your time of need, will you be happy with your cut-rate car insurance? Will you have the coverages you need? Valentine Insurance is dedicated to protecting you and your family when you need it. As an independent insurance agency, we have partnered with many reputable insurance companies who even have local claims adjusters to provide you with unbeatable service. Are you going to trust a talking lizard to help you with your claim? Really? Don't let this happen to you. Trust the professionals at Valentine Insurance. Call 994-1776.
Myra Shearer? Myra Shearer? Myra who?
Hi, I'm Myra Shire, and I'm running to be the next judge of the Cambridge Municipal Court. No matter how you pronounce my last name, most people know me as Myra, a dedicated public servant. Myra, the assistant law director. Myra, a community volunteer with my husband Jeff. If elected judge, I promise that I will serve Guernsey County with honesty and integrity. I respectfully ask for your vote on November 7th.
Vote Myra in November for Municipal Court Judge. Paid for by Myra Shire for Judge.
Terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. Visit ISSA online for details.
Rachel, you look amazing. What have you been up to?
Thanks, Megan. I finally left the 9-to-5 grind and got certified as a yoga instructor by the ISSA Yoga and Wellness Academy.
Wait, you're a yoga instructor now?
Yes, and I love it. I've turned my passion for health and wellness into a business. It feels so good helping people improve their lives, and I basically get paid to look and feel great.
That's amazing. Was it hard to get certified?
No, the ISSA Yoga and Wellness Academy makes it super easy. You can get certified in as little as 5 weeks at your own pace and 100% online. Once you're certified, you do what you want. Start your own business, work at a studio, or just do it as a side hustle. Yoga instructors can make over $72,000 a year.
Incredible. How do I get started?
Just send them a text. It's free.
Text HEALTH to 200-300 to get started today and be certified with the ISSA Yoga and Wellness Academy in as little as 5 weeks. Just text HEALTH to 200-300 right now to get started for free. Text the word HEALTH to 200-300. Text HEALTH to 200-300.
97.7 on your FM dial. We're WILE FM, Byesville, Cambridge.
Welcome back to McFarland Stadium. We are at halftime. Our halftime report brought to you tonight by Wayne Garage Door. First half score 15-0. Indian Creek on top of the Bobcats as Creek scored first with 5:04 left in the first period. Quarterback Zach Byard from 5 yards out ran it in. Powell with the run for 2 points. 9-play, 68-yard drive made it 8-0 with 5:04 left in the first quarter. And then again, Creek would score with 2:26 to go in the first half. Powell this time from 3 yards out. Byard would kick it through the uprights. A 6-play short field drive from 40 yards out, making it 15-0 our halftime score. Bobcats were not without some offenses. They got it up and down the field a little bit, but turned it over 3 times. A couple of interceptions, 2 by Paul Mazer, and a fumble as well. Cats turned it over on downs after an 8-play drive that looked like they might put points on the board. But so far through this first half, Bobcat offense has not been able to punch it into the end zone. Bill Kafury along with John Valentine here at halftime. And we have seen a little rain, JV, here in the first half. Not a lot of heavy downpours, but it continues to rain lightly. Not enough for most people to even grab an umbrella yet, but there may be more on the way. And it's affected the Cats a little bit, but I think still they've been able to be effective.
Yeah, they've moved the ball at times. Again, when you a couple picks and really put the ball on the ground as well, and a fumble. They've moved the ball. Again, sophomore quarterback, 9 new starters. There's going to be some growing pains. It's going to take a little time to get the offense moving. But when you have a smart quarterback that's going to make good decisions, one of them wasn't so good, the first interception. Second one should have been caught, so that's not his fault. So, it's going to happen. So the receivers really need to learn too, right? I mean, it's a whole new offensive unit. So hopefully Cambridge has figured some things out on the defensive end. Indian Creek's got 226 yards on the ground in the first half, but Cambridge has kind of held their own, right? I mean, they've kind of done pretty well on defense, a couple big plays here and there. The difference is they haven't gotten in the end zone. So if you don't get in the end zone, obviously you can't win the game, right? So they've given up a couple scores, but one was on bad field position too, that last one there. So, Cambridge is coming out in this second half. They need to establish, get a little bit more aggressive with that offensive line, be able to push the ball a little bit down the field, take care of the ball, no more turnovers, because at this point, down 2 scores, you can't afford to have another.
No.
Stat-wise for Cambridge, on the ground, 11 carries in the first half, 0 yards, exactly 0. Had some negative yards in there. Garrett Carpenter, 13 for 18 with the 2 picks, 110 yards. Again, has felt comfortable, has stepped up into the pocket several times as well, and has made some good reads there. Leading the way from the receiving corps, Devin Ogle, 6 catches, 59 yards. Keaton Kaiser, 3 catches, 40 yards. Cody Quillen had 1 catch, 4 yards. Damian Shaw, 1 catch, -1. Eli Edwards and Reed Johnson both with a catch as well. So not a ton of offense for Cambridge, though Devin Ogle certainly was the target on the other side. Indian Creek looks pretty good from the offensive standpoint, controlling the line of scrimmage, doing what they want to for the most part on the ground. 34 carries in the first half for Creek for 226 yards. And, of course, we knew coming in that Zion McGee would have the majority of those. He has 18 carries, 131 yards. However, Gavin Ponnell and Zach Byard both coming up big, too, with some yardage. So, Creek's doing what they want to on the offensive end. No reason to change that if you're Indian Creek, right? I mean, Cambridge hasn't stopped you, haven't kept you out of the end zone. No reason to put the ball up in the air, especially when your quarterback's only 2 for 5. Anyway.
They had 1 touchdown taken off the board, though.
Correct.
On a touchdown pass. So.
Exactly. So, no reason to change anything if you're Indian Creek. Cambridge's going to have to be able to keep them out of the end zone, certainly early in the third quarter, and put the ball in there to make this more of a game. Put the pressure on Creek by moving the ball down the field. They'll get the ball first. Cambridge will coming out. So you need to establish it early and continue to pound that ball into the end zone.
Yeah, Bobcats will have the opening possession of this half. So let's see if they can do something with that. We've seen, like you said, some spurts there in the first half of being able to, I've been impressed with Carpenter's accuracy for the most part. He has, he got a little flustered at times, which is expected a little bit, but started to figure out when to run it, where to throw it. And I think every game we're going to see him grow a little bit, probably quarter by quarter. I thought that first half we saw a little bit of that from the first couple series. That by halftime he had a lot better handle on what he was doing out there.
Well, and consider this: number one, obviously it's his first varsity action, right? However, last year was his first football action. I mean, he hasn't been in that on the football field, so he's still learning the game of football. Again, if somebody could figure it out, it's going to be him. He's a smart kid. Decision-making is going to continue to get better once he realizes how to be able to see what's going on the field, the way the defense reacts. The defense reacts to certain things as well. So you're not going to be too upset if you're Coach Leak at this point with the production of the quarterback. One bad decision, really, 2 bad decisions. The one he floated up there that was almost picked as well, but really just 2 bad decisions. You just got to make some stops on the defensive end, clean up the penalties, 5 penalties for 45 yards, and a couple of them were big ones. Obviously, the late hit out of bounds was a big one there. Try to control the ball up front, to be nice again, to be able to control the line of scrimmage. We knew that could be a key coming in tonight, because that's just what Indian Creek does every single year, man. They just pound the ball, and they like to control the line of scrimmage. That's how you win high school football games. And Coach Connors won a heck of a lot of them over the years.
We want to thank our sponsors of tonight's action. If you're listening to us on WILE or watching on YRPtv, these people made it possible. Patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance, Stone Ford, WB Green Insurance, West 40 Auto Sales, Meyer Shearer for Municipal Judge, Cambridge Overhead Door, Wayne Garage Door, Troy Blair with Dunning Motor Sales, Labor's Local 530, People's Bank, and Valentine Insurance. More football action coming up. We want to thank Wayne Garage Door for sponsoring our halftime report. We'll be back with the second half of action right after these messages.
Attention all car seekers, ready to find the perfect new or used car? Look no further than Troy Blair at Dunning Motor Sales, where expert assistance awaits you. Troy Blair is a proud alum of the Meadowbrook Colts. Let him guide you to your dream ride. Troy will ensure you drive away in style with all your questions answered. So don't wait another moment. Visit Dunning Motor Sales today. Experience the difference Troy Blair can make in your car buying journey. You'll be hitting the road in your new vehicle in no time.
People's Bank's vision is to be the best community bank in America. People's Bank provides local, hometown relationship-based banking with 132 full-service branches for all of your financial needs. As your community bank, People's Bank strives to make our communities a better place to live, work, and play. We would love a chance to earn your business. People's Bank, working together, building success. Member FDIC.
I was sitting in my car and it wouldn't start. I lifted the hood and the engine was falling apart. What would I do? My eyes filled with tears. And on the radio I heard of West 40 by Pay here, where for a little money down and a little each week, I could have a car, nice, shiny, and sleek. So I walked in the door and I put the money down. Now I got a nice car that I can drive around. West 40 by Pay here will help rebuild your credit. The corner of Dewey and Route 40 in Cambridge, don't you forget it.
West 40 Auto Sales, corner of Route 40 and Dewey Avenue in Cambridge, is home of the guaranteed credit approval, with most loans approved while you wait. Go to their website to fill out an online loan application, west40autosales.com. You'll also find their weekly special listed there.
Back at McFarland Stadium, halftime continues here on our Wayne Garage Door halftime show. 15-0 lead for the Indian Creek Redskins over the Bobcats. I want to congratulate tonight's inductees into the Hall of Fame. A couple of 1971 classmates inducted into the Cambridge High School Distinguished Alumni Hall of Fame. The Honorable John Mark Nicholson, local municipal judge, went to school, graduated from Cambridge in 1971 and matriculated on to Yale, where he played on the football team there, graduated in 75 and has had a distinguished career in the legal field as a lawyer and judge. I think he's been elected like 5 times to a municipal court judge since 1989. I played football with John Mark.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He was a kicker, right?
He was a kicker, and of course back then we didn't have many receivers. Defensive back, pretty solid football player, and congratulations to him and his family. A tremendous honor there. And the other guy, same class, 1971, Timothy Wayne Ball, also known as Dig Wayne, is his professional stage name. When he was in high school, he played in the band, the track. He was on the track team. I remember him playing football a little bit too. I graduated in 73, so these guys are back in that era. But he was an outstanding athlete, but also then got into music and was great in music. He had a band called the Joe Boxers that actually had some MTV videos and toured with them a little bit. He became an actor, songwriter, singer, performing on stage and screen. A couple of the things here. He was in a show with Sylvester Stallone, another one with Viggo Mortensen. So a couple of guys who are very deserving of their honor tonight, and they will be formally inducted this weekend. But congratulations, both of them. John Mark certainly living here. Dig Wayne coming back. He lives in California, but congratulations to those guys in that honor. So,
and another honor. Happy birthday.
Hey.
39.
Yeah, I'm
38.
I'll be. I think that's what I shot on the front line. But that's not somebody said, "Did you shoot your age today?" I said, "If you stop after about 14 holes, yes."
Right.
But
well, happy birthday!
Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, my birthday. I've been getting messages and phone calls from friends and family all day. Much appreciated. Thank you. And some of the other folks I ran into today here, Cliff Burt, who always listens to us. Want to thank him for listening. But thanks for all the birthday wishes and all those folks out there. My brother called me once, twice. He don't know how to use a phone very well.
Well, he had to call you multiple times. He knows you're getting older. You probably forgot that he called the first time.
It typically calls right in the middle of my backswing, so that wasn't good today either. But no, it was a fun day today. I enjoyed it, and just every day is one more good one. So hope for another one tomorrow.
That's right.
More football coming up here as both teams have made their way onto the field, and the rain continues to come down as we look across the field and into the lights. We can see it there. But a few people with umbrellas up, but there's a lot of people walking around like it's not even raining.
Yeah, from these new lights in here, really, it looks like it's raining a lot harder than it is. Heck, you look down at the track and you barely even see any raindrops hitting. So I don't think people are too scared of it out there. But you were nice and dry inside. Again, the refurbished press box last year.
Yeah.
Heck, man, we got plenty of room, and as I'm sure our listeners can tell, it's a packed house in here tonight. We have TV stations and radio stations, 3 of us in here. So,
game of the week on WTOV,
but this is our game of the week. That's right.
Absolutely.
AVC game of the week.
As we kick things off, and you talked a little bit about it. You're going to be doing a little bit more action on the field this year as an official, and maybe since we have a minute or two here, a couple of the significant rules changes or emphasis that we might notice going forward.
Yeah, every year there's always some different points of emphasis, and this year is the big one is obviously in sportsmanlike conduct, which should be an emphasis every year, making sure that people aren't doing things they shouldn't be doing. But the biggest one really is trying to protect defenseless players, guys that are going up in the air to catch a ball, making sure nobody's undercutting them, make sure nobody's hitting them with the shoulder, helmet-to-helmet contact, those kind of things. Defenseless players, that's the majority of people that get hurt. Your body's off balance, you're going up to catch a ball and somebody undercuts you and you fall on your head. Things can happen. So one thing to keep in mind, listeners and watchers this year, is look at the defenseless players. So one thing that you can kind of look at is what we refer to as an acronym. Is that what it is? I was never an English major, but POW, P-O-W, is kind of what, as an official, what we're trying to look at when this play develops. What was their open hands? So if a receiver goes up to catch a ball, as a defender, did you hit him with open hands just to push him? That's okay. Did you wrap him up to tackle him? That's okay. What they're trying to get away from is you coming in with your shoulder down and not wrapping up, right? So that's malicious intent. You're trying to hurt the guy, basically. So keep that in mind, defenseless players. That's the big one this year.
I want to thank our crew here on site tonight, Brett Klein, Gene O'Reilly, Jaron Aber, for all their efforts. And Brett got to be the lucky guy and sit inside with us, and we sent the other guys out in the rain. But that's why they make the big bucks. Second half just about ready to get underway. Valentine Insurance kickoff coming up here as the Bobcats will have the first possession of the second half. Reed Johnson back deep along with Devin Ogle. Couple of kicks so far by McMillan has not made it back to the deep backs. So Kaiser and Edwards, the up backs. This one's going to be short again and taken by Kaiser on the right side on 30, and he'll pick it off the ground and get up across the 30 near the 33.
Thought Cambridge might make a little adjustment to that. He hasn't been able to kick the ball really past the 30 yet. Be able to bring those guys up just a tad bit if you want Johnson and Edwards and those guys to be able to catch it.
First and 10 for the Cats. They trail at 15-0, and just trying to build upon some solid drives in the first half here.
I would expect more of the same.
Yeah.
I mean, those short, quick outs, short, quick passes to be able to get in a rhythm and to get the defenders to bite a little bit before you hit one deep.
4 receivers left. They don't have enough defenders out here. Got to be somebody open. There is one guy there, and just a little bit late thrown. Byard cut in front of Reed Johnson, or that's 6 points. As Cats had 4 receivers at the bottom of the screen there, And a late defensive adjustment by Byard probably saved a big play.
Oh, yeah, and really, he should have been picked off. I mean, if you're going to roll to your opposite side, you really got to get those shoulders square to the line of scrimmage so that you get some oomph behind it. And that ball kind of floated a little bit more than it should have.
Cats are an option near side. Carpenter on the keeper, and he'll cut it back and get it across the 35 out near the 37. Pickup of about 6 on that play. One of the few positive running plays we've seen the Bobcats make, and defense took away his pitch man, forcing him to carry it. They'll give him 4 on the play, actually, and bring up 3rd and 6. 3 receivers left. Defense showing blitz. Here they come. Carpenter rolls to his left. Plants the foot. Nothing there right away. And he probably did the smart thing there. Sometimes you just have to eat the play and punt it away. And that's exactly what the Cats will have to do there. Loss of 4 makes it 4th and 10.
Yeah, really didn't have a chance at all to be able to set up a play there because there was so much pressure off of the left side of the defense.
Bobcats leaving the offense in here. 4th and 9, 3 wide to the right. Carpenter will take it now. He'll step back and pooch kick it. We saw the Cats do this a good bit last year with Cade Moore, and we'll get it down near the 42-yard line. So the Cats will punt the ball away. The Redskins, leading by 15-0, will get it back with 10:36 left here in the third.
Yeah, they'll feel great after that defensive stop. Number one, the stopping them right out of the gate to start the second half, but having pretty good field position too. And if they would have had a defender back to be able to return that punt, would have had even better field position.
3 receivers wide right, 1 to the left. McGee deep in the backfield with Byard. Byard will hand it off. McGee pops it off the left side, and he'll get a few. Where the Bobcats finally haul him down. Like Taylor Britton.
Tackle by Kupchak and Britton.
2nd down, 7. They'll flop the receivers, 3 to the left, and the Cats will jump the neutral zone there.
A little taste of your own medicine.
Both ways. Vincent Lopez that time in the neutral zone, and Redskins doing the step back move there to check the play call. You would think that if that's something that your team does all the time, that you wouldn't fall for it.
You would think.
That'll make it 2nd and 2.
It happens.
McGee in the pistol. He'll take the fake, fired on the keeper, and nothing doing this time. Frankie Kupchak in the backfield with the sack. And the keeper lost on the play back near the 45 of the Redskins.
That was a little different play. They pulled both backside guard and tackle and looked like they were handing it off to McGee around the right side, but Byard ended up deciding to keep it. And so he'd had no blockers over there whatsoever.
So 3rd and long. As Byard checks the defense out. McGee with him in the backfield. He'll step back to pass. Flush from the pocket to the right. Now under pressure back to the left side. And there is nobody there. He could have run all day long. Instead throws it. That's incomplete. And Byard, when he watches the film tomorrow, he's going to see that play, that he could have run it to the Cambridge 30-yard line before anybody could have seen it.
Easily picked up the first down on that play. But, again, some inexperience, right? I mean, he hasn't been at the position a long time either, so he's still trying to learn the game too. But, yeah, just take what the defense gives you. And there was 3 guys down there in coverage.
So 4th down and 6. Byard back in punt formation. Ogle back deep for the Bobcats. High snap. Byard has to go up with it. He'll pull it down and kick it anyway. And that's going to take a creek bounce inside the 30 down to about the 23. Nearly hit a Bobcat there. But, boy, that was near disaster for the Redskins as Byard had to use some athleticism, just go up and tip that ball back to himself. No pressure by the Bobcats that time allowed him to get it away.
And then almost disaster on the Cambridge end because it almost hit a player. And he had no idea the ball was coming down. That would have been disastrous for Cambridge. That would have given Creek the ball clear at the 30-yard line.
So the Cats take over again at their own 23-yard line, trailing 15-0. Both teams 3 and out in their first possession. And again, kind of looking across the field here, it doesn't appear that the rain's coming down any harder. If anything, less hard than it was.
Yeah, I don't see any sprinkles at all hitting the track, so
no.
Maybe we're in the clear.
Maybe for a little while anyway. Bobcats a chance here to maybe get the offense up and running a little bit. Although Creek in that first possession showed a lot more pressure, bringing a lot more heat against the young quarterback and flushing him from the pocket and just covering everybody tight on the outside.
Yeah.
Knowing he's not going to have time to throw down the field.
There you go. He can't throw the ball down the field. And he's, as long as you don't give him too much green to run and too many lanes that are wide open, you got somebody spying him to be able to slow him down a little bit. So, yeah, actually, absolutely go after the young quarterback.
1-by-3 receiver set. Ogle by himself on the left. He'll draw double coverage. As Carpenter will look back to his right, now flushed to his left, trying to direct traffic, throws it in the left flat, has a man. That's completed by Carpenter to Edwards, and it looks like he's going to take it to the house. I thought he might have stepped out of bounds near the 50, but there's no flags, and he is, oh, now there's a flag afterwards. Is that a sideline flag maybe?
My guess would be where it is, yes. Yeah, he's signaling sideline.
So one play touchdown, 77 yards.
That's the way to get back in.
I think it was about a 5 or 10 yard pass, but Edwards caught it, come all the way across the field and turned it up the sideline.
And don't think that Eli Edwards doesn't have some speed, boy. He can get down the field as well.
He was part of that 4-by.
Absolutely.
One team last year that went to the state, right?
That's right. He's got some wheels.
So Dylan Hartley on for the extra point attempt. And just like that, Bobcats are on the board.
And great improvisation there by Carpenter as well. He saw the pressure. He got away from a little bit. He was directing traffic. He was telling Eli where to go and just dumped it to him and let Eli do the rest.
So Dylan Hartley, his first opportunity to pop one through. Good snap, holds down, no. And that one's going to be into the end zone and knocked away there as Carpenter didn't handle the snap. I think it was just kind of a low one or whatever. So the Cats will not convert on the extra point, but they do get on the board and cut the lead to 15-6. So one play, and the Cats covered the 77 yards. A little explosion with 8:36 left here in the third. We'll take a quick break. More football on WILE coming up after this.
Hey football fans, Laborers Local 530 in Zanesville, Ohio is cheering on all the local high school teams this year. Serving Muskingum, Perry, Noble, and Guernsey counties, Local 530 represents around 400 skilled men and women in the building and construction trades. They work with over 100 signatory contractors, providing committed and experienced laborers for building, heavy highway, and pipeline construction. For more information, give them a call at 740-453-1214. Good luck to all the teams from Laborers Local 530.
Back at McFarland Stadium, Valentine Insurance kickoff coming up. Dawson Geese. After the Bobcat touchdown here, they get 15-6. Geese will approach. Kick one deep. It's going to be taken backing up at the 18, or 8-yard line, I should say. And up near the 20-yard line. Looked like Jordan Hines, or check that maybe Xavier Vines who caught that.
That's correct.
Xavier Vines.
We on the return, Quicklin on the tackle.
No, park at the 24-yard line. And some of the worst field position that we've seen for Creek here early on in this second half. Leading 15-6. Bobcats, though, with quick points on the board now. Fired in the backfield. McGee offset to the left side. He'll take the snap, look down the field, fire it in the slot, and over the head of his intended receiver. And that was Kyle Schultz, who's kind of been his go-to guy on offense. But that one wide open, but just threw it over his head.
Yeah, again, when it's a little wet, when you release that ball too early, it's going to sail on you. He needs to get that ball out in front of him and throw it with some purpose.
Trying to loosen up that Bobcat defense a little bit. McGee will stay in the backfield. They'll spread the field, one to the left, three receivers to the right. 2nd and 10. And the handoff, McGee straight ahead. And he'll squeeze his way through the middle and push the pile up near the 28.
Man, he's like a pinball in there,
Boy,
just bouncing off of people and still got 4 yards.
Never stops those pistons, man. Those legs just grinding.
Yes, sir.
So 3rd down, ball at 6. And they'll put 3 to the left. McGee offset to the right side, and the Cats jumped the neutral zone again. No, not that time. Looked like Homko might have got there, but he got back quick enough. 3rd and long. Back to pass again. Byard looking to his left. Lots of time across the middle. Throws one low and incomplete. And intended for number 11, Mason Lester. So another 3 and out. And, you and I talked here. You look at the first half results of how they ran the ball, and they've come out this second half with almost the intent to try to throw it instead of pound it.
Yeah, 3 passes already in the second half. They only had 5 in the first half.
Byard, good snap, gets rid of this one. Blocked in the backfield. It looked like Homko might have got a piece of that one. It just came off low, and the Cats are going to have it in great position. Looked like Edwards came up and fell on it. So Cambridge with plus field position at the 34.
Covered by
Rowdy Homko in there to give the Cats the lift. Now 7:27 still remains here in the 3rd period. Cambridge's offense in a situation, 4 down territory situation.
Yeah, you certainly have the momentum here. Take advantage of it, but don't get too greedy. Let the game come to you.
Rolling in the backfield, motion. As Carpenter will take the snap and flip it quickly out in the flat. I think he got Edwards there for a short gain. And as soon as he caught it, give him a couple yards. Tight coverage by Creek. They have not given the Bobcats much. As a matter of fact, they're battling them getting off the line out there.
Yeah, and Edwards got to be real careful. Looks like he was leaning towards the line of scrimmage when that ball was snapped.
Carpenter flushed out of the pocket, flips out in the right flat. Has Kaiser out there. He'll take it inside the 25 and out now near the 24 for what looks to be a Bobcat first down. It is. All the first down tonight for the Cats brought to you by WB Green Insurance.
4 catches for Kaiser, 50 yards.
Carpenter, just a little pitch and catch here.
Again, that's all you got to do. Loosen that defense up a little bit, and those are the high percentage passes.
It's like somebody may be cramping up over there. Although it's not super hot tonight, it is early season, and something you see a lot early on. Those 6:50 left here in this 3rd period. Cambridge has quickly closed the deficit with a big score the last possession, and now driving again.
Need some pickle juice on that sideline. You see a couple jars down there? Somebody's going to need it.
Well, Cliff Burt swears by pickle juice.
Cliff.
Since he's been drinking it, he hasn't cramped in years.
He loves that pickle juice. Huh?
He does.
Is he at the Moose tonight listening?
But he's probably sitting at home. He might be asleep in the chair at this point. Past his bedtime.
That's right. Well, he's not getting any younger.
Nor are we.
Some of us a little older today than others.
I don't know who you're talking about.
No idea.
8 first downs for the Bobcats tonight, so they have moved the sticks a little bit. and a chance to kind of get it done here. I got 10 for the Redskins. And that's Keaton Kaiser, who hauled in that pass and got it up the field, but he's hobbled a little bit, and he's got to get healthy there because he's a two-wayer for the Cats.
Yeah, and this is his first year out for football too, which is great to see, right? And especially your senior year, man. Nothing like your senior year of football.
Nothing worse than having a leg cramp and trying to walk it off.
That doesn't feel
stiff-legged.
good. That's right.
Well, 3-by-1 receiver set for the Cats. Quillen in the backfield with Carpenter. 1st and 10 from the 23 of the Redskins. Quillen will slide to the right. Carpenter will hand it off to him on the draw play, and he'll get positive yards inside the 20, down inside the 15 now, and close to another Bobcat first down.
Myers on the carry for the Bobcats. Cut down by Regona.
Huge first down.
Yeah, big first down.
9 yards on first down. Boy, you'd love that all day long.
Was that Myers back in the ball?
It is.
Yeah,
yeah.
it is. Okay. So Myers back in there. Not Quillen. Sorry about that, Clayton. Quick pass out the left flat. Edwards hauls it in, breaks a tackle, and then lost the ball, hustles back after it.
And he got it back.
And I think he got it back. Boy, he was going to the end zone, and
sure
they slapped that ball out of his hands. It will be enough for a first down, however. And that's a couple of times tonight the Cats have put it on the ground. And Edwards is going to be slow to get up. He had to go diving after it. And now he's going to be 10-2 on the near sidelines.
Well, hopefully Kaiser did not drink all the pickle juice because Edwards is going to need some.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a cramp going on there. So it will be a Bobcat first down, brought to you by WB Green Insurance. And where they're going to mark it at, it's going to be first and goal to go, right at the 10-yard line.
It does look like it's right. It just inside the 10. Yep, they're dropping the yardage marker.
6:04 to go. Cats have had a couple of receivers go down here with cramps, and if there's a position on this team they have a little depth at, that's it.
It's true, yes. That is certainly where they have the majority of their talent. However, 2 of them are still on the sideline stretching, so you don't want to lose any more.
Damian Shaw will check in. And there is a defender in the neutral zone, so the Cats will get a couple of extra yards out of this one. So they'll slide it inside the 10 to the 5.
Boy, you talk about a big penalty right there.
These are tough yards.
I mean, this is first and goal from the 9.5, and you just gave them 5 yards.
So now first and goal from the 5. Carpenter lobs it in the corner, has Ogle, pulls it in, hangs on, touchdown, Bobcat. And a flag comes in after the play.
Touchdown!
Is this going to be on the Bobcats for a celebration? I don't know. That's the second time we've seen a flag similar to that.
Again, the point of emphasis we talked about at halftime. One of them is going to be unsportsmanlike conduct. So you're going to start seeing a lot more of that. For good reason. There's no reason to. Now, I didn't see what happened. I'm not going to pick on the kids because I don't know what the heck happened. But in theory, just play the game, right?
Let's see if the Cats will go for 2 here.
Penalty on the Bobcats after the touchdown.
Cats 5 plays to cover the 34 yards. Looks like they're going to go for 2. And I'm assuming the penalty will be tacked onto the kickoff.
Correct.
Yeah. For the Cats with 2 backs in the backfield, Quillen and Myers.
Why wouldn't you just run the same play here to Ogle? Just throw that fade again.
And they do. Oh, pump faked it, send him to the corner, and now Carpenter pump faked it. He'll keep it himself, trying to get in on the right, and he's not going to get there. Yeah, I don't think he had the coverage out there that he wanted on Ogle, and I'm not sure that Ogle was on the same page of the playbook.
Yeah.
So the try for 2 falls short, and the Bobcats just 3 points down now with a 12-point outburst in this third period, trail Creek 15-12. We'll take the break. Come back in 30 seconds.
How can you select from insurance companies offering you lizards or ducks? When it comes to protection for your home and auto, you want a company that provides quality insurance products and personalized, fair, friendly claims service. WB Green Insurance represents Westfield Insurance. Their reputation is based on sharing knowledge and building trust. Westfield has been around the neighborhood over 150 years. WB Green Insurance welcomes the opportunity to quote your home, car, and business insurance. Don't be fooled by lizards and ducks. Call 439-1329.
Back at McFarland Stadium, third period, 5:40 left. Our scoreboard update brought to you by Doan Ford, 15-12 now. The Bobcats with back-to-back scores and another Valentine Insurance kickoff coming up. This one from the 25. And Geese will approach. This one's going to be a squib kick through the legs of a couple of guys. Still bouncing around back there. Finally picked up by one of the Redskins. Looked like Jordan Hines, and he'll fall on it out around the 38-yard line. Well, 5:35 left here in the third, and the rain starts to come down again. Redskins leading by 3 have kind of gotten away from their original game plan to pound the ball.
Well, you're going to see that change real quick here.
Yeah.
Kaiser back in the game for the Cats.
McGee in the backfield, takes the handoff. He'll stutter step up the middle, then turn on the Jets across the 40-45, and another Bobcat coming out with a bit of a cramp there. Riley Homko. Gain of 8. Kaiser on the stop. Yeah, after that play, I don't think if I'm Coach Connor, I don't go to the next page of the playbook for a while.
You may not see it go back up in the air the rest of the game.
And again, straight ahead. McGee up the middle, cuts back to the left. He'll have the first down and into Cambridge territory at the 49.
Again on the carry, tackled by Shaw.
Shaw on the stop for the Bobcats. Yeah, they've kind of pounded away at the Bobcat front four all night long.
Yeah, and with such a huge size advantage up front, I mean, if you can't get 3 to 4 yards every play, something's wrong.
McGee again shifts back into that pistol set. They'll fake it to him. Byard on the keeper, and he'll keep it cut back all the way back to the right side. Shift it to the outside, down the sideline. Has the angle. The Bobcats finally catch up to him. Isaiah Mayo. Byard, man, he is sneaky fast. Picking up not only the first down, but lots of yardage.
Yeah, 45 yards.
He's going to be closed in on 100.
He actually just flipped it. He's got 110 now. And that's just a couple bad angles on the defense there. But a good play design. I mean, half the defense thought that the ball was going the other way.
McGee off the right side. Powers his way in, twisting, turning, and yes, he did get in from 4 yards out. So it takes 4 plays to go to 62 yards. And just like that, Creek extends their lead. 4-yard run by McGee. That took him a minute and 20 seconds.
Well, 45-yard run will do that. And that wasn't even McGee. Byard with 110 yards. I think I said that on 12 carries so far.
They will go for 2. Couple receivers to the right. One especially deeper. He'll come in motion. That's Mazer. They'll flip it to him in the flat. Bobcat, the double pass, and that was a lateral, and he'll throw it in the end zone. Mazer to Schultz for 2. There's your trick play of the night.
Yep.
That'll make it 23-12. Indian Creek on top of the Bobcats with 4:20 left here in the third. We'll be back. More high school action coming up on WILE right after this.
I'm not buying till I check them for.
Most of us are faced with uncertainty every day. Your job, your finances, sporting events, schooling for your children, and so much more. With so much uncertainty surrounding you, there's one auto dealership that you can be certain about, and that's Doan Ford. You can be certain that you'll always get a great deal and the best service afterwards. In business for nearly 60 years has given Doan Ford the reputation of being a strong, reliable dealership. Be certain. Choose Doan Ford. Online at doanford.com.
Back at McFarland Stadium where the rain is, somebody turned on the drizzle nozzle. It is coming down now. And the umbrellas are popping up. Yeah, this isn't the light rain that we saw earlier. We talked about heavy rain coming sooner or later. Well, it's coming.
Yep. And that definitely will affect the play for sure.
Well, the Redskins turned up the heat a little bit too as they pound the ball down the field. 4 plays, 62 yards. Byard a lot of it on his run, but McGee will cap it off, then Mazer to Schultz for the extra 2 as McMillan comes on for the Valentine Insurance kickoff.
So Eli Edwards and Keaton Kaiser back in the game for Cambridge.
Again, a short kick. Kaiser will take it over on the 25 up to the 30, trying to get to the corner, and he'll take it out near the 37-38. Well, the Bobcats have showed a spurt offensively here, but are they going to be able to keep pace, especially if the rain continues to come down?
Well, again, those short, quick passes are how you defend against the rain, because it doesn't take a lot to be able to throw those 5, 6, 7 yarders. Plus, Indian Creek's giving that to them anyway. So from a game plan standpoint, really that's what you need to do if you're Cambridge anyway. Going into the game, that's what we thought that they would try to do from the offensive end.
The Bobcats from their own 38 start this drive, now down by 11. Carpenter with Quillen in the backfield with him here. 3 receivers to his left. He'll look that way, then back to the right. Shuffling around there, throws across his body and in and out of the hands of his intended receiver was Reed Johnson. Got stripped from behind. And that's a guy with his kind of speed. You just got to find ways to get him the ball.
Yeah, and this is really his first year playing receiver. I mean, obviously everybody on defense has a position on offense, right? But he really never saw the field from the receiving standpoint before. But good read by Carpenter, man. He ran around to try to find that opening. The receivers found an open spot. I think it was just a good play by the defender. I think he stripped it once the ball was in his hands.
2-by-2 receiver set. Carpenter looked to his left, back to his right, flush to his right now. Reverses direction to his left, fires it out in the left flat. Ogle will catch it there, slips one tackle at the 40, up to the 50, and into Redskin territory as Byard makes the stop there. Devin Ogle is not a little guy. They list him at 6'2 and about 185. And he'll have another WB Green first down for the Bobcats there. And that's the difference when you can get him one-on-one rather than that double coverage.
Yep, big difference.
So some shuttling around on defense as the Bobcats flop that formation. 3 receivers to the right. Ogle, again, will draw double coverage to the short side. Carpenter takes the snap, flips it right out in the flat, and that's completed. I think Clayton Myers out there in the slot that time. Hauls it in and gets it up close to another first down. Got about 9 there, just inside the 35.
Good recognition there to be able to find the
Carpenter
open guy.
able to just open up and just kind of flip that thing sidearm without even stepping that way. 2nd and a yard, and the Bobcats are going to jump here. Reed Johnson that time fooled by the movement on the line of scrimmage. So instead of 2nd and a yard, the Cats will lose 5 here.
Doesn't kill you. I mean, still 2nd down, right?
Probably 4 down territory anyway, right?
Yep.
Call it 2nd and 6. Yeah, I think Reed didn't realize that they were going to step back from the line of scrimmage rather than maybe go on a quick count. Carpenter, low snap, picks it up. Time to throw, fires it in the slot, has his man. And that is completed to Reed Johnson. Had a chance to atone, and he does. hauls it in, gets it up the field down near the 27, and that's another WB Green first down. Carpenter just showing a lot of poise back here in a lot of different situations. I'm impressed a lot by him tonight.
We've tried to tell everybody that he is calm under pressure.
Carpenter again, flushed out of the pocket, looks up the left side, tucks this one, and he'll run out of bounds, picking up positive yards. And he'll get 4 or 5.
That is his 10th carry for 13 yards, and the Cats are in the positive now.
There you go. 2 receivers left. Ogle part of a 2-receiver bunch to the right side. Quillen in the backfield with Carpenter, 2nd and 6 from the 23 of the Redskins. 23-12, Cats trail here late third period. Carpenter takes the snap, under pressure. Lots of guys coming, no place to go there. 6 guys on the rush, and the Cats just didn't have enough bodies to stop them. And Carpenter will take the sack all the way back out near the 30-yard line.
Yeah, and you can see that that linebacker sneaking up towards the line of scrimmage there on the wide side, and he closed down pretty quick on Garrett.
3rd and 15. Middle of the field, wide open here if they can sneak Ogle across the middle here. They got a guy deep on his side, but and one underneath him.
Yeah, now they're moving the safety back because they saw that opening
Same
too.
thing.
They heard you.
Carpenter, here comes the rush again. Flush to his right, nobody there, steps up. And he did. He fired it late across the line of scrimmage, and that one's incomplete. He kind of double clutched that one. He probably could have run close to the first down marker.
Yeah,
Might not have got it.
He definitely would have had some positive yardage, maybe 5-6 yards, something like that, before contact. But now we're going to have he was past the line of scrimmage when he threw the ball.
It's a loss of down.
And a loss of down. So it should be fourth
down.
And the 5-yard penalty.
1:46 remains here in the third. One that's seen some explosion here by the Bobcat offense. The way they throw it around, you can't count them out. 3 receivers right for the Cats, including Ogle. And Carpenter will look that way and fire it deep to Ogle, and I think he just overthrew him. He had him.
Sure did.
Ogle was coming open down that far sideline. He'd beaten the safety to the corner, but Carpenter just put a little too much on that one and didn't let him run under it. Man, the Cats turned it over on downs. That would have been a big play.
He walks into the end zone if he puts a little bit of touch on that throw.
So the Cats turn it over on downs. Another opportunity missed as they give it back to the Redskins at the 36-yard line, trailing 23-12 now.
And that's a big possession there, too. I mean, they moved the ball inside the 20 before a couple penalties moved them back, but now you wasted a lot of time on that drive, too. And now with an 11-point lead, Redskins just going to try to pound this ball and get halfway through the fourth on this possession.
Well, we saw them on their last possession, 4 plays from just about this same spot.
Maybe they won't get into the fourth.
Hand off. McGee, right side, cuts it back, spins in the middle, out across the 40, give him about 5 yards there. And it looks like Quillen's slow to get up here for the Bobcats, or maybe this is Homko. Yeah, it is. He went out a few plays ago with a cramp. This might be more of the same. So 1:30 left here in the third period. Another injury timeout on the field tonight is the Redskins, leading the Cats 23-12 and trying to add to that with this possession. We'll take the break, be back with more football right after this.
I'm not buying till I check them for.
Most of us are faced with uncertainty every day. Your job, your finances, sporting events, schooling for your children, and so much more. With so much uncertainty surrounding you, there's one auto dealership that you can be certain about, and that's Doan Ford. You can be certain that you'll always get a great deal and the best service afterwards. In business for nearly 60 years has given Doan Ford the reputation of being a strong, reliable dealership. Be certain. Choose Doan Ford. Online at doanford.com.
Back in McFarland Stadium, 1:30 remains here in the third, 23-12. Indian Creek on top of the Cats. They face a 2nd and 6 from their own 41-yard line. Clayton Myers, the injured Bobcat, second time he's come off to the sidelines. Dion McGee in the pistol set behind Byard. Takes yet another handoff straight ahead. Breaks a couple of tackles across the 45 and into Cambridge territory at the 48 before he's finally brought down.
170 yards on the ground for Zion McGee so far.
Marshall Lashley among those on the tackle, but yeah, McGee has not gone down easy all night long.
Man, it's nothing fancy, man. It's right up
the only
middle.
loss, I think, is when Byard bumped into him and knocked him down for a couple yards.
He had a -3. You're right. Actually, he has 2 -3s. Oh, one was the fumble, I bet.
Yeah.
I gave it to him instead of Byard.
First down at the Cambridge 48-yard line. Byard. Fake to space. McGee went to the right. Byard faked to his left, and he just ran it up into the hole. We'll get a couple out of it, but that looked like a blown play. You got to blame it on the running back. Through the quarterback, you did, right?
You learn that day one when you decide to be the quarterback. Everything that happens is your fault.
Well, Byard's a senior, so he kind of has an idea what's happening out there. And he did know one thing. I'm going to take it in behind the two biggest guys on the offensive line.
Good decision.
As we wind down the third period, head into the fourth, 23-12. Indian Creek on top of the Cats. Stay tuned. More football on WILE coming up right after this.
Hi, this is Gabby from People's Bank. I'm here to tell you about People's Bank's new CD special. It is so good, you need to stop by any People's Bank location today and ask your banker to tell you more. Or visit pebo.com. This special will not last long. You must open your account by September 7th. People's Bank. Working together, building success. Member FDIC.
Wayne Door is Ohio's most complete one-stop shop for residential and commercial garage doors, entry doors, windows, and much more. In fact, the list keeps on growing. Garage doors, entry doors, storm doors, access entry systems, vinyl replacement windows, and stone are just some of the things Wayne Door has to offer. Stop by their Cambridge showroom to see their full lineup of premier products in person and work with their team of experts. Wayne Door also offers 24/7 emergency garage door service, and their service department is second to none. Wayne Door, more than just garage doors. Check them out at waynedoor.com.
Back in McFarland Stadium, start of the fourth quarter, 23-12. Indian Creek on top of the Bobcats here with just 12 minutes left here. Checking our radar from our Doppler 20,000 up on the hill.
World headquarters.
We have a little bit of a hole in the clouds right now. It's not raining much, but give us another hour, and we better be out of Dodge because it's going to rain some more. So that's my official.
A little harder rain.
Doppler 20,000 radar forecast.
Well, if this quarter takes an hour, we got a lot of problems.
Well,
unless there's a lot of scoring, maybe it could take an hour.
The Redskins are trying to take care of that by keeping it on the ground. The Bobcats,
Correct.
on the other hand, are throwing it all over the place.
Yes, for sure. And they need to now, especially when you're down 2 scores and Creek still has the ball.
The Cats outscored Creek in that third period. A couple of scores for Cambridge. Creek put one on the board, but after a couple early ones, they lead it 23-12. And we're ready to get things back underway. I want to thank our sponsor for tonight's game, Troy Blair with Dunning Motor Sales, Laborers Local 530, Meyer Shearer for a municipal judge, as well as Doan Ford and WB Green Insurance. There we go. Let's flip the field.
Good decision.
2nd and 8 for the Redskins from the Cambridge 46-yard line. McGee back in the game. He should sleep well tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
We knew he'd carry it a bunch.
Yeah. 25 times so far.
Coming up on 200 yards rushing. He'll take it again here straight ahead inside the 45 and then finally tossed back near the 41. He's like you said, he's not a big guy, but he's not a little guy.
No, he's got some meat to him and some strength for sure. You can tell. And
kind of hides behind those linemen.
When you're 6'7", 350, for goodness sakes, I'd be hiding behind him too. I mean, he's like half the size of White, the left tackle.
Just a junior.
Correct.
1,200 yards last year as a sophomore. He's well on his way to another big season. And him and Byard run into each other in the backfield, but he just takes it, spins away from one guy, and 3 or 4 more Bobcats finally corral him down near the 35, and that's enough to move the sticks again.
And it took 3 guys to bring him down.
It did.
I mean, he runs downhill.
Every bit of it.
With intentions of making you miss, if that makes any sense. I mean, he runs hard, and he can make guys miss. He's pretty shifty for not being that scat back.
And there again, the Bobcats losing focus up there and jumping off sides. Taylor Britton that time for the Cats, the guilty party.
Yeah, it's just so smart to do that on first down because the defense is upset. They're not paying attention. They're not focused because they just gave up a first down. And they're not paying attention, and it puts you at 1st and 5.
Yep. Whether they're running the ball tonight, they don't need any help. And again, the tough yards between the tackles.
And a first down.
McGee, another first down, picked up about 6 there. Just getting chunks now, and they've worn the Cats down all night long. I mean, the first half, Cambridge hung in there with them. Couple of stops early third period, but this fourth quarter, late third period, you could just see that the size factor is just wearing on.
If you're watching with us on YouTube or Facebook Live, look at the size right now between the offensive line and the defensive line.
Nishan White, left tackle at 6'7", 385. Brother Samaj at 360. Byard on the keeper. And he'll get it inside the 25 near the 22.
I mean, that size just wears on you throughout the game, right? I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're better than you, but my goodness, that's 120 pounds extra pushing you around every single play. That's tough.
Got about 3 on that first down carry. Yeah, they haven't really gone outside much. If it's really been anybody going to the edge, has been Byard sometimes. Again, McGee, and there was just such a push there. Nobody touched him till he got to the 20, and then he'll break tackles inside the 10. They'll shove him down to the 5. They had big Nishan there on the backside, shoving him to the goal line. Pickup of about 15 there, and another Redskin first down. Just methodically pounding away. Look at the offensive splits in there. The linemen like foot to foot.
Mm-hmm. And he could have kicked that one outside. Did you see how much room there was to the outside
just
there?
A run to the pylon.
Why?
Right?
Why do that when he can hide behind those big guys inside?
You kick it outside, the big guys can't push it.
That's right.
First and goal from the 5-yard line. McGee already 1 score tonight. Takes one here, straight ahead. Makes one guy miss and then dives to the end zone, and he gets in from 5 yards out. Back-to-back touchdown, Zion McGee.
His second touchdown, and he is over 200 yards. I got him at 208 on 30 carries.
Indian Creek has scored in every period, and now Byard will attempt to add the extra point attempt. And boy, he got it down and up, but he missed this one to the left. Cats were coming off the edge, nearly got a piece of it, but it will fall well wide left. 29-12. Redskins on top of the Cats. We'll take the break. We're back with more right after this.
Do you really think that an insurance company who promises quotes in a few minutes has your best interest in mind? Do they really know you and what coverages you need? Hi, this is John Valentine with Valentine Insurance. We take time to learn about you and your insurance needs so you can feel comfortable that you're receiving the right coverages at the best possible prices. Find us on Facebook, stop by our office, or give us a call at 994-1776. Valentine Insurance, a partner you can depend on.
97.7 on your FM dial. We're WILE FM, Byesville, Cambridge.
Back at McFarland Stadium, scoreboard update brought to you by Doan Ford, and the Redskins tack on another one. Zion McGee from 5 yards out. Extra point attempt no good. 9 plays, 64 yards, 29-12. Redskins when, I don't know if somebody went over to Coach Connor and said, Coach, are we going to run the ball anymore this half? We're just going to keep on throwing it. And the last 2 drives were just pounding away.
You don't have to tell him twice. I mean, he likes to run. He doesn't want to put the ball up in the air any more than anybody else does.
Somebody must have been calling plays those first 2 drives, because they came out throwing it a little bit early third period. But from that point on, it has just been all Zion McGee. Throw a little Zach Byard in there, too. As McMillan on again for another Valentine Insurance kickoff. Cats still haven't adjusted their deep guys up a little bit. This is going to be another short one taken by one of the Bobcat up guys at the 35. Might have been Quillen over there. We got it up over the 40, so pretty good field position for the Bobcats. Lashley on the return that time. Marshall Lashley. With the Cats down now. 29-12 with 8:42 left to go in the ball game.
Yeah, at this point you got to score quick. You got to be able to get it in there quick, and you can't be messing around too much.
Their first possession here of this fourth period, the last drive, Indian Creek 8 up about 5 or 6 minutes. The Cats come out 5 wide here, 3 to the right. Carpenter back to pass and throws it low and behind. Ray Johnson, as Carpenter goes down there trying to get away from that rush. And he has a nice feel for the pocket as he moves around back here a little bit. That time he barely got rid of it in time.
Yeah, and that affected his throw. I mean, you could tell that they had already made contact on him as he was throwing the ball, so that certainly adjusted the ball.
4 wides to the right here for the Cats. Ogle one-on-one to the left, but they'll double him. Carpenter fires it in the slot again, this one low. Intended again, I think, this one for Edwards. But just too low for him to dig it out. 3rd down and 10. Stops the clock with 8:32 left.
And Meyer's still limping around out there on that left ankle. And they're sending him in motion.
He comes across in motion. Run a little bit more, Clayton. Carpenter throws it to Myers. He catches it, pulls it in at the 50, and lowers his shoulder. He'll have the first down. And he may not be as fast and as efficient as he ever was, but he made a nice play right there. Another WB Green first down for the Bobcats. He is toughing it out. It may hurt, but I'm not injured, Coach. And Carpenter will throw it to the sideline, though, but a flag down.
Yeah, left side jumped. That's Cat's 10th penalty tonight for 70 yards.
Well, you know, in the past year or two, that's sometimes you lose focus. Guys get tired. You start making mistakes.
I could go back through my stats for the last few years. I bet you they're averaging 8 to 9, 10 penalties a game.
Guys get tired. They make mistakes. Carpenter catches it, throws it in the seam, has his man right on the numbers. That time, Damian Shaw. Shaw's been in the slot there a little bit tonight. Now comes up with a nice catch and another WB Green. Nope, that's not going to be. So Creek will call the timeout. 7:42 left in the game. Creek in command, 29-12. Cats on the move. We'll keep it here. You got something to say, right? You got stats for me. I know you do.
I do. Garrett Carpenter, 275 yards so far through the air.
Nice.
Yeah.
Couple touchdowns?
Couple touchdowns, that's correct. But we also had a couple picks in there, too. Damian Shaw, or you said that was Shaw that caught that last one?
Shaw caught that last one.
Okay, so he's got 2 catches for 12 yards. I gave that to somebody else. We'll take that off there. And great adjustment there, too, knowing he was going to get hit. And he held on to that ball. So that was a great throw by Garrett, too. He saw the seam open, got it to him as quick as he could before the safety came up to hit him. Cambridge moving the ball now. Going to have to get it in here. If you could score, with still 6 minutes to go, you give yourself an opportunity here.
Back on the field and ready to go. Cats with 7:42 left to go. They need to score here, get it back, and do it again. 5 wide look. Carpenter takes the snap, fires it out in the right flat, has his man as Devin Ogle comes back for it right around the 30. That'll be enough to move the sticks again. Another WB Green first down. Ogle with those yellow gloves, great hands. And a nice target for him out there. He'll work the near sideline. 5 wide again. Carpenter looks back that way again, throws it there again, and this one just a little wide. That double coverage down there, thrown right at it, huh?
Yeah, just got away from him a little bit. He didn't hit him on his break. He kind of let it out a little bit further than he needed to. That's basically an impossible catch for Ogle.
Creek just running zone. A couple guys deep. They'll throw it again to the sideline. Ogle will catch it, take a hit, and stay in bounds. Trying to work the sideline that time and the clock. And they'll pick up about 6. So 3rd and 4. And Creek will be forced to burn a timeout. They had too many men on the field, and Carpenter quickly trying to get that snap with the extra guy out there. Would have picked up the first down with that penalty, but instead they'll have to gather and figure it out. 7:08 to go in the ball game. 29-12 Creek. We'll take a 30 and be back right after this.
Myra who?
Hi, I'm Myra Shire, and I'm running to be the next judge of the Cambridge Municipal Court. No matter how you pronounce my last name, most people know me as Myra, a dedicated public servant. Myra, the assistant law director. Myra, a community volunteer with my husband Jeff. If elected judge, I promise that I will serve Guernsey County with honesty and integrity. I respectfully ask for your vote on November 7th.
Vote Myra in November for Municipal Court Judge. Paid for by Myra Shire for Judge.
Back at McFarland Stadium, 7:08 left here in the 4th period. Bobcats have made some mistakes tonight, but boy, they have just not quit and are back on the attack here.
And if you're Coach Leake, that's the best takeaway so far that you can. I mean, look, nobody wants to lose a game, right? But if you can get your best effort from your guys and they don't quit and they don't stop until that final whistle, you got to feel pretty good about it.
5 wide. Here comes the blitz, throwing it deep. And incomplete as, again, he and Ogle weren't quite on the same page. He threw that to the corner, and Ogle was running to the post on it. He did have a step or two on the defender, too.
Yeah, I mean, either way he goes, he cuts inside or outside. They're both open because he had some room, but now you're bringing up 4th down. You got to pick this up now.
4th and 4. And there's motion up front, and I think they might have got it.
You just did. And they're going to come together. Yep, it's on the defense.
They're going to call that on the defense. So the Bobcats lucky there, I guess, to get a key play at a key time. But that's a second penalty first down that they've had tonight in that similar situation. And now somebody's cramping up for the Redskins. It looks like might be McGee out there. Well, she's got good reason to. That guy's run all over the place tonight.
Yeah, I mean, is that the guy you want in there playing some defense? He does play some linebacker for him. I mean, he does play some defense.
Yeah, well, wearing him out on both sides of the ball.
Well, good news for Cambridge if he's going to cramp up.
Yeah.
Because he's certainly been their offense tonight, 208 yards on the ground.
Couple of touchdowns.
And a couple touchdowns. I said 30 carries. That's a heck of a night for the young man on opening night.
Well, I mean, how many, I'm sure he came into the season knowing he was going to be a workhorse.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I didn't know if he knew he was going to carry it 30 times week one.
I don't know how many carries he had last year, but I bet you he had a couple 30 games last year as well.
So the Cats on the 20-yard line here, 1st and 10, 7 minutes left. Down 29-12. They need 3 scores.
Yep. Like we said, as long as they can score here before the 6-minute mark.
Hey, you can only get them one at a time,
That's
right?
right. Can't score 3 at a time.
Carpenter with a 5-wide look. 2 to his right, 3 to the wide side.
No safety help here.
Man-to-man coverage there. Steps up, fires it into the corner. Has a man there. Adjusts to it, pulls it down. Touchdown. Devin Ogle. You get Ogle one-on-one, and he is undefendable, right?
Yeah, absolutely, because he's got hops and he's got great hands as well.
So from 20 yards out, Carpenter, his 3rd touchdown pass of the night. And the Cats will have to go for 2 here. So 6:53 to go. Don't turn us off yet. Carpenter has Quillen in the backfield with him.
And you got that fade over here to Ogle to the right side.
Carpenter on the right side. He's got inside help defensively, but he's got the corner, like you said.
That's where it's going.
Carpenter takes it, fires it into the corner. Ogle goes up, pulled it down, and he was out of bounds when he pulled it in there. I kind of thought the defender had a hold of his back arm there and wouldn't let him get it out of there. So the Cats unable to connect on the extra point. But they add the score. Takes them a while, though. 10 plays. Longest drive of the night for the Cats there. They got it done in a couple of minutes. Got the ball with 8:42, score with 6:53. And it took them a ways to do that as well, up and down the field.
Well, they're going to need to duplicate that a little bit more here. Get a big stop here on defense and do the same thing again on offense.
60-yard drive, 29-18. Your score currently. Thank our sponsors for tonight's contest: Cambridge Overhead Door, Wayne Garage Door, People's Bank, Valentine Insurance, and the patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance Company. Hey, pretty entertaining game if you didn't mind sitting out in the rain a little bit tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it really has. Thursday night game, I can't believe there's been too many Thursday night games in history. It's the only one I know of. So, opening night, first game on the schedule, great crowd.
I've done a lot of games, but I don't think I've done any Thursday night games.
Nope. Biddy League night.
35 years of doing this, this might be my first.
I would guess so. Recognizing Hall of Fame, distinguished alumni, whatever they call that. It's been a great night, and you get to see some scoring. I mean, there's some points on the board, 29-18 here, and the game's not over.
No. Well, we've seen one team do what they do best, is run the ball.
Yep.
And Cambridge, on the other hand, doing what they do best, throwing the ball a little bit. Young team, young quarterback. And the Cats lining up here for the onside kick. It's like Dylan Hartley going to do the chores. That Valentine Insurance kick bounced a couple times, and did they get on it? Do you see a flag there?
No. It touched Ogle.
I thought it might have.
And he didn't. It went 10 yards.
It
did not do 10 yards. So it touched him before.
I think it hit him before it went 10 yards.
Correct. That's correct. So he tried to get out of the way, but it did hit him before. It hit him
I
about
didn't
the
see
47.
that could have been a good play for the Cats because nobody from Creek went after the ball. They were letting it bounce and bounce and bounce.
Well, it's got to go 10 yards, so they were waiting for it to get to the 50.
That might be that might be a replay we want to take a look at too. We got a few of them tonight.
Yeah,
we'll get to in our post-game wrap. And
well, regardless, you had to make a stop on defense anyway.
So Creek's going to take over to Bobcat 48 with 6:49 to go. And all they've done here in the last quarter and a half is just pound the rock. And they'll come out here with McGee in the backfield. Byard in the gun. Takes a snap. Fakes it to McGee. He'll keep it himself. And he'll get a couple. Bobcats have been... Byard's had a couple of big plays with that, but for a lot of the night, Cats have kind of had him. And now one of the big guys there for the Redskins down off the field, and we'll tend to them. I mean, it's not a super warm night, but it's a bit humid.
Well, first game, you see it normally because it's so darn hot.
Well, last year down at Creek, we saw it a lot.
Yeah, every year, the first game of the season, which is crazy. You're playing football games in the middle of August anyway, for goodness sakes. It just drives you crazy, right?
Should be still hanging out at the swimming pool, right?
I mean, come on, man. But it is what it is. That's the world we live in, so you're going to run into this.
We're missing Little League World Series action tonight, right?
Yeah.
Ohio team in action tonight.
The team from New Albany.
Yeah. Looks like Nishan White down on the field.
Well, we know it's definitely a white, right? Because there's only two guys that big on the field.
That big on the whole field.
It's one of them.
That is one of them. 6:31 left in the contest. Recapping the scoring a little bit, Indian Creek scored in the first half twice. Once in the first period, Byard from 5 yards out. Pownall from 3 yards out. It was 15-0 at halftime. The Cats came back in the third period. Eli Edwards, a 77-yard, actually a 5-yard pass that he turned into a 77-yard score from Carpenter. Cats scored a second time when Carpenter finds Ogle from 5 yards out. Made it 15-12. But then McGee got involved and scored late third period. Again, early fourth period. And Indian Creek extended their lead 29-12. Cats were able to cut it where we are now, 29-18. With 6:31 left in the ball game as Devin Ogle, his second score of the night, and Carpenter, in his first start, his third touchdown pass.
And he's over 300 yards for the night as well.
Ooh.
We'll get to that later.
2nd and 8 for the Redskins. And McGee straight ahead, makes a cut to the edge and turns it upfield. He gets north and south pretty quick.
Sure does.
Down near the Bobcat 41-yard line, short of the first down by a few. Clock will continue to run. Under 6 to go.
Got to have a stop here.
3rd and 3. Bobcats hold their water on that move. Eating up plenty of clock. 10 on the play clock.
I mean, at this point, just bring all those linebackers. Bring in everybody.
Step up and come because McGee's going to get it again. He'll make a cut back, trying to slip away from a second defender. Bobcats stack him up right at the line to gain, and I think it is 4th down. Cats getting a lot of helmets on the ball there. Quillen and another Redskin down.
Well, this quarter might take an hour.
Matter of fact, a couple of them cramping up out there. Going to have to call a few more trainers onto the field to handle this situation. So with that, we'll take a break. 5:13 left to go in the ball game. 29-18. The Redskins will be back in a minute.
Attention all car seekers, ready to find the perfect new or used car? Look no further than Troy Blair at Dunning Motor Sales, where expert assistance awaits you. Troy Blair is a proud alum of the Meadowbrook Colts. Let him guide you to your dream ride. Troy will ensure you drive away in style with all your questions answered. So don't wait another moment. Visit Dunning Motor Sales today. Experience the difference Troy Blair can make in your car buying journey. You'll be hitting the road in your new vehicle in no time.
This is Ed with Cambridge Overhead Door. If you are building a new home or thinking about replacing your existing garage door, we can help. We have many styles and designs that will enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you want standard raised panel doors or our elegant accent wood grain doors that come in a variety of colors, stop by our showroom to see all our options. We are located on State Route 22 in Center beside the pantry door in Delhi. Or give us a call at 432-DOOR. That's 432-3667.
Hey football fans, Laborers, Local 530 in Zanesville, Ohio is cheering on all the local high school teams this year. Serving Muskingum, Perry, Noble, and Guernsey counties, Local 530 represents around 400 skilled men and women in the building and construction trades. They work with over 100 signatory contractors, providing committed and experienced laborers for building, heavy highway, and pipeline construction. For more information, give them a call at 740-453-1214. Good luck to all the teams from Laborers Local 530.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Hey, welcome back to McFarland Stadium. 5:13 left to go in the ball game. 29-18. Redskins on top, and the lightning strikes in the area have cleared the field. So a weather delay has put us on hold here momentarily. Be at least a 30-minute delay in between those lightning strikes. We've seen one, and then from that point a few minutes ago they've cleared the field. So with 5:13 to go in the ball game, and Indian Creek on top 29-18, we are in a delay. So we're going to take a break, get you back to regular programming for a while. We'll be back hopefully to complete the rest of this one here shortly. But we'll take a break and talk to you soon.
Wayne Door is Ohio's most complete one-stop shop for residential and commercial garage doors, entry doors, windows, and much more. In fact, the list keeps on growing. Garage doors, entry doors, storm doors, access entry systems, vinyl replacement windows, and stone are just some of the things Wayne Door has to offer. Stop by their Cambridge showroom to see their full lineup of premier products in person and work with their team of experts. Wayne Door also offers 24/7 emergency garage door service, and their service department is second to none. Wayne Door, more than just garage doors. Check them out at waynedoor.com.
Now located at 16050 McConnellsville Road in Caldwell, Ohio. Patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance Company is a mutual insurance company established in 1896 for the purpose of providing insurance coverage to rural Ohio. They offer a product to meet your insurance need, whether it is for a farm, rental dwelling, home in town, secondary or seasonal dwelling, churches, or mobile home. They partner with Grinnell Mutual Insurance Company to offer liability coverage to package with their patrons Buckeye Mutual policy. Call today at 638-3604 and follow them on Facebook at Patrons Buckeye. Now located at 16050 McConnellsville Road in Caldwell, Ohio. Patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance Company is a mutual insurance company
Camera's on, huh?
Yep.
Hey, welcome back to McFarland Stadium. We are still in a weather delay. It's been about an hour, probably.
Yeah, I don't know about
Hour
that.
and 15 minutes, maybe. And the plan is that there will be football here continuing tonight. They're going to bring the teams out at 11, is what we've been told. Give them some time to warm up. And there is 5 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the ball game. 29-18 is your score, Indian Creek on top of Cambridge. And the plan is to finish this game tonight.
Yep, they're going to
little later than we planned.
Yes, for some of us that have to go to work in the morning, they're going to give the kids a 5-minute warm-up period, and so technically we'll get back in action at 11:05, tentatively.
So stay tuned if you have stayed tuned this long, and if you haven't, get tuned. So,
Tune back in.
Tune back in. We'll be back here shortly and get you caught up on what's happened so far, and set you up for the last 5 minutes and 13 seconds of the longest game in the world. So we'll be back here shortly. See you then.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
I was sitting in my car and it wouldn't start. I lifted the hood and the engine was falling apart. What would I do? My eyes filled with tears. Then on the radio I heard of West 40 by Pay here, where for a little money down and a little each week, I could have a car, nice, shiny, and sleek. So I walked in the door and I put the money down. Now I got a nice car that I can drive around. West 40 by Pay here will help rebuild your credit. The corner of Dewey and Route 40 in Cambridge, don't you forget it.
West 40 Auto Sales, corner of Route 40 and Dewey Avenue in Cambridge, is home of the guaranteed credit approval, with most loans approved while you wait. Go to their website to fill out an online loan application, west40autosales.com. You'll also find their weekly special listed there.
Hey football fans, Laborers, Local 530 in Zanesville, Ohio is cheering on all the local high school teams this year. Serving Muskingum, Perry, Noble, and Guernsey counties, Local 530 represents around 400 skilled men and women in the building and construction trades. They work with over 100 signatory contractors, providing committed and experienced laborers for building, heavy highway, and pipeline construction. For more information, give them a call at 740-453-1214. Good luck to all the teams from Laborers Local 530.
Hey, welcome back to McFarland Stadium. And you're joining us just on the streaming side. We are back in action and ready to play some football. It's been probably an hour and a half weather delay, if not a little bit more than that.
Past my bedtime.
Yeah, there you go.
I need my beauty sleep.
A lot of folks. So we are back, and just on the stream side, we're not on the radio side here, but the situation is this. It's 29-18. Indian Creek on top of the Bobcats with 5:13 left here in the fourth period. Indian Creek possesses the ball, and they have a 4th and 1 coming up at the Cambridge 39-yard line. So both these teams have had, and the coaches, plenty of time to sit in the locker room and talk about the last 5:13. Cambridge needs the ball, and they need 2 scores.
Yeah, so they got to have a stop here, right? And then you got to score quickly. So if you want to get back in this game, because time is certainly tipping away quickly. Here's, Indian Creek comes out. What did we talk about before? You catch a team off guard. Try that little, try to get Cambridge to jump off sides here and get the first down. Game
and I don't see McGee on the field.
Yeah. Is quarterback sneak, or he's
under center, trying to draw people offside, and they'll hand it off first man through, and boy, big push.
Boy, touchdown.
And popping it through Pownell. And he'll take it all the way 39 yards out.
Well, that changes things.
Changes things quite a bit. Gavin Pownell. So the last 3 possessions that Indian Creek's had the ball, they've scored touchdowns after missing out on the first 2 of the second half. So Gavin Pownell, and without McGee on the field, you start kind of wondering, well, where's he at?
Yeah, and maybe he tightened up.
He may have. He did a lot tonight already.
Yeah. How about Pownell? 6 carries, 2 scores, and a 2-point conversion.
Fired on for the extra point attempt. No. Didn't get much of it, and barely climbs over, or just under the goal post there. So it's 35-18.
Well, you needed to get the ball back if you're Cambridge pretty quickly.
Well, that's not probably the way you want to do it.
That's not the way you want to do it.
Yeah, so the Cats will, with 4:47 remaining, get it back. We want to thank all those folks that, if you're still out there, thanks for hanging around. Wrapping up our broadcast here tonight that took a lot longer than we probably anticipated, but a lot of people helped there. WB Green Insurance and Doan Ford and Wayne Garage Door and West 40 Auto Sales. And it got to be tough sitting in the locker room for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Tighten up. We tightened up just sitting
absolutely.
in the press box.
We've been trying to stretch out for the last half hour. Yeah, you get tight in there.
Ran out of food.
You know, you don't want. You have that battle. Do I take my clothes off? Do I my pads off because they're wet? And then it's no fun putting those back on when they're wet. So what do? You take your shoes off and relax a little bit, and then you got to refocus again. So
Valentine Insurance kickoff coming up. McMillan hadn't hit one deep yet. This one's maybe his deepest, still taken by an up back. On the far side, that's Edwards out across the 40, 45, breaks one down the sideline. Nobody with a chance to catch him, and he's going to take that one to the kitchen. Eli Edwards, a short kickoff, caught it at about the 25, I'll say, and he takes it all the way to the house. So,
wow.
That's his second score of the night. He scored on a long one earlier, a short pass that he turned into a 77-yard score.
A 71-yarder and a 77-yarder today. Eli's got some speed. We talked about it. Dad, Bud Light Bill down there, he's excited in the crowd. He came back. Rain delay doesn't hurt him.
So I'm calling that a 75-yard kickoff return. And Hartley on for the extra point.
How about that? 2 plays, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. That's missing a guy on the field. Nolan Hartley, extra point attempt, boots it up, and good. So now we're kind of back where we were before.
Yeah, really. Other than it was a 4th down play. And Indian Creek's going to get the ball here, assuming.
So 35-25, Cats still down, a 2-score margin with less time.
A little bit, 4:34 left on the play clock. But again, the ball's wet. You know, again, people still aren't stretched out yet. So who knows what can happen.
And I guess, that's almost what you could expect. You sit around for an hour and a half and you come out and everybody's going to, okay, let's start running and chasing people and diving on the ground, and that didn't happen. Cambridge didn't tackle, and it was an easy touchdown, and turn around and Indian Creek didn't tackle anybody either.
Yeah, he saw that crease, man, and he shot through there, and nobody was going to catch him. Reed Johnson got him a little bit of a shoulder shiver there on a defensive guy about the 20-yard line just for the heck of it, but he wasn't going to catch Eli anyway. So it looks like they're going
to onside attempt here.
Yeah.
Looks like Geese is going to try to poke this one again. Valentine Insurance onside kick. Try it the other way. A little bounce. Big pop.
Uh-oh.
And the Cats say they have it.
I think they do. It hit a Creek player. Oh, they're going to say it didn't go 10 yards.
And then a flag comes in. I don't know.
It looked like it hit the Creek player before it went 10 yards, which means Cambridge absolutely.
It looked like Reed Johnson had the ball in his hands, and he put it down right on the 50-yard line.
They're giving it to Cambridge? To me, from here, it looked like the Creek guy came up to get it before it went 10 yards.
Players are pretty excited. The official says
they're giving
Creek
it to
ball.
Creek? Yeah, they're going to give it to Creek.
Yep, on the 49. Boy, that would have been huge.
Wow. I think we need an explanation. That's what Coach Leak wants to know what the heck is going on. I didn't see anybody come up with the ball. You said you saw Johnson with the ball?
Johnson had it in his hand and put it down on the 49, but they're going to put it at the 49 of the Bobcats.
Leak's going to call a timeout here, it looks like. Or he wants an explanation.
Well, got timeouts if you want to take him to
let's
explain it.
Let's pull up that replay.
Let's
here,
pull
Brett.
up that replay and take a look at that one. I think we might have that.
Hey, we
haven't taken a look at any replays here earlier tonight, but we might have one right now.
We can buzz the field if they want to see the instant replay.
Apparently not. Coach Leake's going to head back to the sideline. 4:32 to go, and Creek's going to take over. Now McGee's back on the field.
Boy, that could have changed things.
Boy, it could have. Byard with the snap, hand off to McGee, straight ahead. He hasn't slowed down any in the interim here. Picked up about 8 straight ahead, which will get that clock moving. McGee only probably closing in on about 40 carries tonight, eh?
Yes, sir.
2nd and 1. 4 minutes left, and they'll let the play clock wind down as far as possible. Under 10 now, and they'll head back to the line, and Byard will call for the snap. Got it. McGee right side, bounces it to the corner. First down and a few more extra yards down the right side to the 32. 3:38 left. Yeah, if you would have been here during the torrential rains we had, this field was puddled up, but it looks like it's drained pretty well.
Sure does.
Thought that could be some problems for teams if they had to come out and play in that kind of moisture, but it's not bad now. No rain.
Yeah, with the standing water on it would be a little slick, and I'm sure it still is slick anyway, but you just don't see the water.
Yeah, probably drains down through that stuff pretty well.
Sure.
Play clock winding, game clock winding. 1st and 10 Redskins from the Cambridge 32, and they're not showing any inclination to snap this ball before the last few seconds.
Cambridge does have 3 timeouts left.
A few fans have returned to the stands, actually on both sides tonight.
There's a few Creek faithful still over there.
Byard with 2 seconds takes a snap. McGee right side. Little jitterbug step into a hole and then dragging defenders down to the 25. Pickup of about 8 more. If we had a little more time left, he'd be having a 300-yard game.
I got him at 240 now.
He can only get about 25 more right here. And again, they're going to utilize all the clock that they can. Down to 2:18 and counting. Play clock at 15. Snapped it with about 2 on the clock last time. Just trying to put this one away.
Get a stop here and call quick timeout if you're Cambridge.
2 tight ends, straight ahead to McGee. And he's going to move the sticks again. Down to the 20. I've got Creek with 17 first downs tonight. 14 for the Cats. 145 and counting. 15 on the play clock, and Creek just biding their time, just salting this thing away. Cats not using any timeouts, down by 10. They don't have the ball. Straight ahead, McGee fakes inside, heads to the corner, still on his feet, inside the 10, down near the 9. And another first down.
And that will do it.
A minute 22 remains in the game, and a player down for the Bobcats. Looks like Isaiah Mayo, maybe. And he's got a cramp. So if you've been with us all night long, you kind of know where we've been, what's happening here. And Creek jumped on the Cats early with a couple of first half scores. Cambridge came out and scored twice early in the third period. And kind of been back and forth since then, but Indian Creek's been maintaining that two-score edge most of the night. Cats a big play offense tonight, even though a lot of those dinks and dunks, they got some big plays. Eli Edwards, long touchdown run on a short catch and a kickoff return. Devin Ogle, 20-yard catch, 2 touchdowns tonight for him. Garrett Carpenter, his first start at quarterback, 3 touchdown passes. And over 300 yards passing for him.
Certainly some positives to take away.
Absolutely.
If you're a young Bobcats team. And the flip side, too. A lot of positives for a Creek team that's really struggled the last couple of years to get W's.
Creek in a victory formation, something they didn't get to do much last year in a 1-9 season. And Byard will go under center, take a snap, take a knee, and just let that clock run. Do that another time or two. And this one's going to come to a close. So Creek will end up getting the W. And these two teams have kind of done that back and forth. You know, you looked up some of the records there, but
yeah, so that
Cambridge won 3 in a row. Creek won 3 in a row prior to that.
Yep, this breaks the streak of 3 in a row. Overall, Cambridge is 4-5 now in this series since it became Indian Creek. Used to be Wintersville, of course, if people remember.
Cambridge never defeated
no
Wintersville in 11 tries. Another kneel down by Byard.
And that'll do her.
Took a little longer probably than they planned, but Indian Creek will pick up the win to start the season out. The Bobcats here at home. A rain-soaked opening night ends in a loss. 35-25, your final score. Recap the scoring a little bit for you here. Starting out in that first period, Indian Creek with 5 minutes and 4 seconds. Byard from 5 yards out. Pownell ran in the 2-point conversion, 8-0 to cap off that 68-yard drive with 2:26 to go in the second period. Pownell, a 3-yard run. The kick by Byard was good, making it 15-0 at halftime. Bobcats got on the board 8:36 of the third period. Eli Edwards, a short pass in the flat, taken from Carpenter. Raced 77 yards down the sideline to pay dirt. Hartley's extra point missed, and it was 15-6. Cats would strike again just a few minutes later. 5-yard pass, Carpenter to Ogle. Again, the try for 2, no good. 15-12 the score. Late third period, but Creek would strike right back. 4:20 left in the third. McGee from 4 yards out, capping a 4-play, 62-yard drive. Made the score 23-12. Then McGee again at the 8:47 mark of the fourth period. And that made it 29-12 with the extra point missed. Cats didn't go away quietly, though. Devin Ogle from 20 yards out hauls one in from Carpenter in the corner of the end zone. 10 plays, 60 yards by the Cats. Made it 29-18. And then the rain delay. That was at the 6:53 mark. And we waited for about an hour and a half for that last 5 minutes to get played. And it was pretty interesting. They came right out, and Indian Creek on a 4th and 1 picks up a touchdown there. A 39-yard run by Gavin Pownell. He had a couple of scores tonight. Pretty productive night and just a few carries for him. Eli Edwards would return the ensuing kickoff all the way for a touchdown, 75 yards, but that would be our final scoring of the night, 35-25. Your final score. Listen to your post-game report brought to you by Doane Ford. Thanks for joining us again tonight. And all of our sponsors, Myra Shearer for the Municipal Court Judge, Cambridge Overhead Door, People's Bank, Valentine Insurance, Troy Blair, Gunny Motor Sales. Play of the game. Man, lots of plays tonight. West 40 Auto Sales sponsors our play of the game. And my play of the game is the pitch and catch Carpenter to Edwards to make this a ball game. Cats were down 15-0 at that point, early third period, and Edwards takes it all the way down the sideline to the house. And the Cats are right back in it, score again, and then it's a ball game. Things didn't turn out the way the Cats needed it to from that point on, but that was a big play for him.
Yeah, it's a huge play. It got him on the scoreboard, number one, and got him within reach. So that was a huge play. What, 77 yards, I think is what we had it at. So, yeah, I would assume that would be play of the game. However, don't forget that he just took back a 70-plus yard kick return as well.
That's a pretty exciting play, too.
It was a pretty darn good play. And he had both of them.
Yeah, he did.
How about that?
Drive of the game. Patrons Buckeye Mutual Insurance Company sponsors a drive of the game. Cats struggled early tonight. They really couldn't put anything together in the first half, but in the second half, we saw them do right at the beginning of the fourth period, and about 7 minutes to go, they finally scored, but a 10-play, 60-yard drive. About as good as they did all night long to cut the gap to 29-18, missing on the extra point there, but a 10-play drive, go 60 yards, finish that with a touchdown. Ogle hauling it in from Carpenter. Ogle with a couple of scores tonight. Carpenter with 3 TD passes. Edwards with a couple of scores. So we knew coming in Cambridge had some offensive weapons and a chance to score some points. 3 early turnovers kind of hurt them. A couple of interceptions in the first half, a fumble. But from that point on, really the second half, punted once, turned it over on downs, but scored 3 touchdowns in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly things to build upon if you're the young Cambridge team, because, man, you're replacing 9 starters on offense, 10 starters on defense, and still to be able to put up 25 points, it's certainly something to build upon. Sophomore, first-year starter, Garrett Carpenter, really only his second year of football, for goodness sakes, puts together 310 yards through the air, 3 scores, did have 2 picks, 26 for 40 with 3 scores, and took care of the ball by, when the pocket would break down, he would find a hole, he would step up in the pocket, he would move around a little bit and make some plays happen. He was directing traffic a couple times as well. So certainly some things to grow. And look, Coach Leak made it very public that there's some good things coming down the road for Garrett Carpenter. He feels very good about him moving forward. So that's certainly something to build on. And then, as you said, the receiving core, man, we got 4 or 5 cats that can move, that are fast, as long as they can work on their hands a little bit. We had a couple drops here tonight, right?
Couple drops. That's again, young guys in a situation for the first time.
Work on some of those things.
You don't take those hits in practice. When you catch the ball and there's somebody right there and they pop you as soon as you hit it, you can't simulate those game kinds of situations like that. And that happened a couple of times tonight. Cats put the ball on the ground or dropped it a couple of times, but overall you got to like the percentage of completions and the yardage and the touchdowns, and it can only get better, right?
Yeah, and all that stuff doesn't mean anything if you don't get the W. So, something to build upon. This was you're going to see a lot of growth from this team from week 1 to week 2, and it doesn't get any easier throughout the season. This was a game that circled that they could have won this year. So they didn't let it get away from them, for goodness sakes. Indian Creek controlled the line of scrimmage. We knew they would. They controlled it enough that Zion McGee had 37 carries for 257 yards. And as a team, they had 437 yards on the ground.
Ooh.
51 carries. You're going to control the line of scrimmage if you're doing that.
Yeah, they did what they do best.
Yeah.
Bobcats still kind of a work in progress to that degree. And you mentioned some of the stats for the Cambridge guys. And each week we'll have a player of the game sponsored by Plus One Pizza. A couple candidates tonight certainly Devin Ogle with his effort, over 100 yards receiving, 2 touchdowns.
11 catches, 106 and 2. And look, Eli Edwards put himself in that conversation with that return kick too. And he caught 4 balls, 1 for a TD, 89 yards, and 76 yards on the ground.
We talked during the break here. Ogle has quietly put himself in the conversation for career receiving touchdowns.
Career receiving touchdowns. He is 1 behind. Is that what we came? 2 behind.
2 behind.
Yes. So he has 17 total, and the career mark is 19. Career mark. So
with 9 games to go this year,
with a couple games to go. So he's certainly put himself in that position. But that being said, I think you're going to be leaning towards.
Well, my vote goes to
sophomore
Garrett
Carpenter.
Your first varsity start, you come out and you throw for over 300 yards. You complete more than 50% of your passes, and you throw for 3 touchdowns, and just kind of get better as the game goes on.
There you go. That's what I was going to say. Not only did he throw 3 touchdowns, he threw 3 touchdowns in the second half, and got better as the game went on. You saw the jitters early, right? He threw that first pick. He threw that little floater down towards the end that probably should have been picked. He got more comfortable. He understood that he could step up in the pocket and make some things happen. He was directing traffic. He got better as the game went on. That's huge growth for the new quarterback.
Well, so he gets a free medium 1-topping pizza from.
He needs more than that. He needs to put some.
He needs
meat
to
on
eat it
those
all
bones.
himself.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe get some extra cheese on that thing too.
That's true. That's
Congratulations to Garrett. We'll have him back in action in a week. John Glenn.
Yes, sir.
Cats on the road next week. Short road trip, but kind of another local rivalry, if you will. Cats and the Muskies doing battle next week. We'll have all that action for you from John Glenn's new field, new stadium over there.
Yep.
So tune into that. But I want to thank all of our guys here again tonight, helping us get things taken care of in week 1. Brent Klein and his crew, Gene O'Reilly, Jaron Aber, they got wet a little bit. Brett didn't. We didn't. They might have got a little bit wet out there, but it was a good night. Appreciate you guys being with us tonight.
The season has begun.
It has begun. 2023 off and running. We'll talk to you again next week. Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of AVC Sports.